whether we have all the members cleared to come into the meeting. But looking on my side, we seem to have the required number to start.
Yes, Chairperson, correct. Good morning, Chairperson.
Morning. Okay, then we should, in that course, start. Let me take the opportunity to officially greet honorable members, the Minister, as well as Deputy Minister, if I've not been able to see him, as well as greetings to the department, the entities as led by boards and council members, where that is applicable, our civil society structures that keep tabs on what is happening as we discharge our work on behalf of South Africans, fellow South Africans who are following us from different platforms. As we open the meeting today, before we get to other formalities, just an indication so that those who would need to be assisted with regard to the proceedings of the meeting, that Mr. Ngoma may not be with us because of his reallocation to assist the Section 194 committee. And in that score, Ms. Portia Ndabeni is the one to fill in the gap, work with the team. And I know that Hajira would also not be in today as she's observing Eid, as all Muslims in the country are observing Eid, celebrating today. So we would really wish them well as they celebrate Eid. So Hajira won't be also on the platform, so would then be assisted by Ms. Portia.
Recording in progress.
So I'm just trying to help those that may have challenges so that they know who to contact. So Ms. Ndabeni is on the platform, and we also welcome her as she will be assisting the committee. Those that are from Labour and Employment and Labour, the committee, she's been assisting there, but she's been also reallocated to help the committee. So that's the person who will assist us, honorable members and all other participants, especially where we may need to flight documents and so on. So with that, let me also just clear a few points. We would have, honorable members, an item that will put right at the end of the meeting. It's the report that we did on MDDA, and there would have been a mistake picked up in terms of the actual document sent. Of course, the document approved by the committee would have been correct, and there's just a technical error that instead of full term, it says a term of 4 years. So we just need to put the full instead of the 4, but the actual report we approved had the full. So that probably there would have been a human error in that a draft that would have been sent, which was more of a preparation by the same person, which is Mr. Ngoma, of both ICASA and the MDDA, as you know, all the subcommittee reports were approved at the same time. So an error could have occurred in the final document that was sent, that the actual one approved by the committee would have not been. So we'll deal with that item for formality, that indeed it was sent to the committee by the tabling for correction, and that it can then be captured as such. Otherwise, the content of the report is not altered. So I just thought I should deal with this right in the beginning so that members would still stay to have that matter just resolved once and for all. So that's one other issue I thought I should raise. But just to complete, honorable members, the formalities, once again, we are reminded of the rules for engagement on this platform. First and foremost, as it relates to our gadgets, just remember at all times that your mic should be switched or muted and your video camera switched off when you are not on the platform. We really plead that if you are on the platform and recognized to speak, please ensure that as you unmute your mic, please also ensure that your video camera is on. This applies to both honorable members and all other participants that would be speaking at a time. So just make sure that your video camera is on as you speak, having been recognized by the chairperson. If there are connectivity challenges, please do indicate so that we understand why you are unable to switch your video camera on. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, we would have to just follow that rule. This is important for not only viewers at home, but those that are having the task of ensuring that our meetings receive broadcast and that people can follow the content that is sent to them more proper. So we are really pleading honorable members and participants who are on the platform who will probably be speaking at any given time as recognized. Of course, we have to ensure that in a situation where people may lose network and have to rejoin to the meeting, that as you rejoin, please make sure that your mic is muted, as background sounds may be picked up by the mics, as mics are sensitive. And this may also then be a disruption on a speaker that may be on the platform at the time. So the video camera, the same, please, as you rejoin, switch it off as it can distract a speaker that may be on the platform. In case of point of orders, honorable members were reminded that you would not unmute your mic, even if it's a point of order, until you are recognized by the chairperson. In that case, you'll then be allowed to speak. We are also guided not to have unnecessary point of orders that can collapse the meeting on this platform. And I think if we all do that, honorable members, it will help the proceedings of the meeting to move smoothly, and that we can hear each other as we make inputs on this platform. So that's already the formality in terms of us taking up the rules. I will, of course, without waste of time, once again check from the point of apologies or applications of leave of absence received by the committee support, if they are in, so that we are able to place those on record. Ms. Darwin.
Thank you, Chairperson. We have not received any apologies for today. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Darwin. So let's start again, correcting all participants. You switch on your video camera when you are given the platform. So let's correct that right in the beginning. unless there are, as I said, connectivity challenges. In that case, the participant will have to indicate so that permission is granted. So there are no apologies received. So in that score, we'll proceed. As I said, we do have the quorum to continue with the meeting. As we proceed, honorable members would have the agenda flighted, but of course, I've just indicated that right at the end, we would have just one point in correcting the report that we had. If we can just flight the agenda so that as I speak in guiding how we are going to approach the meeting, it's also seen. Honorable members, would
thanks, Chair. Chairperson, my sincere apologies. Just as Ms. Ndabeni is preparing to flight the notice of the meeting, I think it's just safe, Chairperson, to apologize on her behalf and also indicate that she has challenges with her laptop. She's trying to switch on the camera, but I'm sure earlier you would have seen it was just showing blank. So that is the reason why her camera is not being switched on, Chairperson. Sincere apologies. Thank you.
No, thank you, Mr. Ngom. That is understood. Honorable members, that's as you would see, that's the agenda. And then looking at it, you see that in the main we have the presentation of annual performance plans and budget by the department and the entities. I want to also place it on record that we do have, of course, a situation where I think the minister in speaking may probably speak to this, that we still have the department, the SABC and SAPO pending tabling to Parliament. However, we have received the presentations from the department, SABC and SAPO. In that score, we would want to make the point right in the beginning that we will proceed. Of course, before we adopt the report, we'll just have to be sure that that compliance matter would have happened. In the absence of that, it would mean we'll adopt the report, but without the department and SAPO and SABC when we adopt the final report of the committee. I've been informed that quite a number of the entities did show that tabling happened also this morning. So I appreciate that, but members would have received the presentations well on time. As a guide also is that we would indeed want to approach today's agenda in the following way. One would be that, as we usually do, would give the minister to do the political overview. But would also want to suggest that given the number of entities we have and the department, that the entity oversight report, which the department should have done as a way of a consolidation and summary of the reports that they have received and endorsed from the entities. That is the presentation, which then captures salient points in terms of what comes from the department and each of the entities. We'll then entertain questions, contributions from members. And it is at the point of that engagement in response to questions or comments that entities as led by boards and their executives, including the department is led by the acting teacher, will then respond to specific questions as would be directed by the political head. So in a sense, what I mean, we are also firstly ensuring that there's political responsibility taken by the political leadership, but as well as the department also taking responsibility as it has got entity oversight unit in the department. Of course, as the program usually would do, if there are specific matters that we would want to take up with a particular entity, we do schedule that entity to come before the committee. I think one in that score will be able to have quality engagements than to have the presentations presented throughout the day and only have 5 or so minutes to engage the report. I hope honorable members that's acceptable and that the minister will be able to help us do that. But it will also be helpful that as you speak to that summary or the entity oversight report, that you also flight that so that members could be able to follow, but more importantly, South Africans who may be following the discussions could be able to follow that. But in the questions, members may refer to the slides that they've gone through from different presentations on specific questions. And those, as I said, would then be responded to by specific entities. So in that score, we'll be able to use the time we have qualitatively in engagement. I hope that's clear. Honorable Minister, I take it that you would be ready to start with your overview and that you'll be able to guide on how that entity oversight would be done. The report, whether it's done by yourself or is it the deputy minister or whatever, but the platform is now yours. May I then recognize the Honorable Minister Nchabeni to speak. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to yourself and to honorable members of the portfolio committees, to the entity representatives, both at the board level and the management. I greet you. And Chairperson, I need to tender my apology. I'm not going to stay for the full session. We've got the ESET committee where there are matters that affect us. I'm going to then, the Deputy Minister will then deal with the consolidated report on entity oversight as we table all the reports that are here. On the 3 reports, I need to clarify that the SAPO report, we needed to make sure that because they are reporting a revenue loss, whether we can table fully aware they are tabling a revenue loss and the implications for the viability of the institution. And we got the assurance this morning that we can table it, more so because over the period of 3 years, they are recovering and reporting a profit, though the first year they are going to report a 1.3 billion revenue loss, and there's an improvement next year, which goes down to 300 million revenue loss, and then they start to break even in year 3. So we will table the matter today. Similarly, on the SABC, we met with the SABC. If you recall the last interaction with yourselves as a portfolio committee around the SABC, we met with the SABC on the request of the board of the SABC around how they prepare themselves, because our view, and we still maintain the view, that the SABC was hung up on obsolete technology, and they were not preparing to monetize on the opportunities that are not only in the future, but that are current both on the DTT and DTH platforms that are available available. We met with the board of the SABC and we gave them a timeline to say by the 30th of June, they must then do plans to monetize the DTT platform immediately, including the opportunities that arise from the education platform, more so now with the catch-up plans that must be done for the learners in KZN and Eastern Cape who are affected by the floods, the sports channel, and all other opportunities that arise from there, including the announcement that we've made on Thursday last week that we are launching an OTT streaming platform on the DTT DTH platform currently. So the SABC, so with the approach will be the SABC corporate plan after they finalize the June whatever tasking we've agreed, which I'll equally write to Parliament to just update on the previous matters we dealt with, will then have to be retabled. So equally we will table the sign off the tabling of the SABC report today. We could not table the department's report because you can't table the department when the entities that report to you I have not tabled, because you need to make sure that there's a complete alignment. So similarly, the departments will be tabled today, and then it will be then readjusted to cater for the developments within the SABC as they come through, and the other entities that may be affected as we come through. With that, Chairperson, I'd like to hand over to the Deputy Minister, who will then take us through the consolidated report, entity oversight report, with the analysis that have been done by the department. And in terms of the analysis and the issues that we've raised as the department, some of them, they will do the update of the code of the APPs within the year. Some of them is a question of just of how they report in the future on particular matters. Chairperson, with your permission, I'll then hand over to the Deputy Minister, who will take over and then present the consolidated report. And if I have your permission, I will be excused. I'm requesting to be excused to rejoin the Cabinet Committee on ASAD.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to all the honorable members. Good morning to the Minister, the leadership of the department administratively as led by the acting DG, and all the entities, the boards and the management. Thank you very much. Good morning. So I'm going to switch off my video. I'm struggling this morning with connectivity. I'm still not back at home. So if you do allow, Chair, I'm just going to switch off my video so that at least I can be able to maintain my proper connectivity, Chair. Chair, there's quite a number of presentations that I'm going to have to summarize. If I do lose connectivity, I'm going to request that we allow the DDG for oversight in the department, Mr. Shilembe, to assist me with the summary. Chair, I'll start with the department, the department's APP, annual performance plan.
Apologies, Deputy Minister. If we can have the summary flighted as requested. Wise to speak if maybe somebody could help with the sharing of the document.
Okay. Can we request that we start with the department's presentation first? I'm just going to summarize it, but I think the full presentation is available for members.
Yes, members do have full presentation. Yeah. I was just saying the document you're talking to.
Yeah.
If it can. Thank you.
I don't know who's going to be helping us. Is it Mr. Shilembe, or is it Tom? Let's start with the department's annual performance plan presentation. It should be available. We have circulated to members. Can we get it flighted on the screen? I'm not sure who's going to be my support, Chair.
Yes, if it can just, no, Deputy Minister, maybe just for clarity, we're saying that the summary document we wanted to present, that's what we're talking about, the sharing. But if that document is not there and you are only speaking to certain slides in the presentation which we already have, I think it then should be easy to also share that just for the South Africans to follow on what you're talking to. I think that's the purpose. But if you had a summary document, it would help to just share that as you speak.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I think we'll do that. I was just asking for anybody from the department. I don't know who's got the presentations. So I think what we will do, Chair, when on the department, we do have a full presentation. So as I go through it, I would ask that somebody from the department fly that presentation. And when we go to the entities, APPs, we'll just do the summary. If that's fine.
Fine, dear.
Who's got the presentation from the department? Mr. Shilembe, are you on the platform? Okay. Why does it look like I'm alone here? Let me check. Okay.
We are still here. We are still here, Deputy Minister.
Yeah, I'm still from.
So it's lighted and then it went off.
Yeah, from the department. Can I have an indication of who's here? Chair, maybe just to do the complete intro. I know that the acting DG is on leave. From the senior management of the department, I see Ms. Manzini is here. Can I just get an indication, Chair?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson. And thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Yes, indeed, DDG Manzini, myself, I'm here. And DDG Shelembe, the DDG of Entity Oversight, is here, but he is also the acting DG while DG is away. But I see that also Mr. Malika was trying to put the presentation on the screen. I don't know what then happened. Stevens Malika is also here, and DDG Masholoku is also here. So we are all here. I'm not sure about DDG Ngobeni, if he's here or he is on leave, but the DDGs that I have seen, they are here. But I saw that Mr. Malika Stevens DM was trying to put the presentation on the screen. Thank you. Stephen, if you can put it so that DM can be able to go through that summary. Thank you.
Thank you, DDG Manzini. Can we please have a presentation? Thank you. Okay. Chair, we will first take you through the department's performance plan, which has been developed to make sure that it aligns with the new priorities of the department as guided by the medium-term strategic framework. There are about 5 key issues that we'll be talking to, about 4 key issues that we'll be talking to. The first one is enabling digital transformation policies and strategies and regulation. On this one, the department will largely focus on creating a conducive policy environment through the development and review of relevant enabling policies, legislation, and strategies, including, among others, the development of audiovisual white paper, policy directions, on the discontinuation of analog TV sets from domestic production and imports, post-bank amendment bill, the draft regulatory bill, which will also include the legal framework for the State Digital Infrastructure Company, which will also include the legal framework for the State Digital Infrastructure Company, as I've already indicated, and the disestablishment of USAASA. Chair, you recall that we did give a briefing to the committee that we intend disestablishing the entity as per the previous policy directive. So part of our focus will be on finalizing that process. We will also develop contributions to support the national ICT priorities focused on BRICS, ITU, and WTDC. The next area of focus is going to be on increased access to secure digital infrastructure and services. On this one, the department will focus on coordinating the implementation of the revised SA Connect model to ensure that there is 80% broadband access to citizens by 2024. We'll also coordinate and monitor the interventions relating to rapid deployment of digital infrastructure for ease of access for the relevant critical infrastructure and servitudes. We will continue implementing the national cybersecurity programs to enable the safe participation of citizens online, as well as safeguarding ICT infrastructure. Furthermore, Chairperson will coordinate the household migration to digital broadcasting and to switch off analog broadcasting signal, as we have already indicated to the committee. We are busy with that process. Members will recall that there's litigation around this matter, and the court has finally given its own pronouncement. As a result, the deadline that was set for ourselves of the end of March has been moved to the end of April, as the court has pronounced. So we're busy targeting, making sure that by the end of June, we will have completely off analog and migrated the rest of the country to digital broadcasting. The department is also prioritizing the development of policy directions for 5G deployment to support digital transformation and reindustrialization of the economy. Another key focus will be on the preparation for World Radio Communication Conference, which will be taking place next year in 2023, through conducting preliminary technical and regulatory studies to inform South Africa's position on the coordination of radio spectrum in line with changes in technology and demand, and particularly with respect to our national and regional priorities. So the third area of focus, that priority, will be on digitally transformed economy and society. In this respect, Chair will focus on coordinating the implementation of identified international programs to support the digital economy. We'll also conduct a study on the cost to communicate to inform the revision of data cost and implement recommendations stemming from the study. Members will recall that there was an inquiry which was conducted by the Competitions Commission. So that report is available. So we intend to take forward the recommendations arising from that report. We'll also implement the national e-government strategy and roadmap towards the digitalization of government services with a focus on single portal. We'll also implement the green paper on the Digital Government Act, as well as facilitate and monitor the implementation of the Digital and Future Skills Program through local, international, public, and private partnerships focused on training people. Chair will also focus on establishing the Artificial Intelligence Institute and to implement the priority programs in line with the recommendations stemming from the report on the Presidential Commission on the Fourth Industrial Revolution. The other area of focus, which is the fourth outcome, it's on high-performing and sustainable portfolio to enable achievement of their respective mandates and policy objectives. In this area of focus, Chair, the department will concentrate on the strategic for the efficient delivery of our respective mandates. We will also prioritize the implementation of the Digital Transformation Strategy Initiative. We will monitor the state-owned companies, gender, disability, youth, and children responsiveness programs in line with the national targets. We'll also coordinate the implementation of the DCDT integrated action to support the implementation of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence. We will also ensure that there is stringent and proactive oversight of state-owned entities in terms of their respective delivery programs and compliance against plans and relevant prescripts. We will facilitate the development of shareholder compacts of Schedule 2 and 3B entities and facilitate monitoring and evaluation of the performance of ICASA councillors in line with the Performance Management Act. So in summary, Chair, the department will pursue those 4 outcomes, and there's about 36 targets that we have identified in the 2022-2023 APP. So I've already mentioned those key focus areas. Just for summary, Chair, there's about 18 targets on the outcome 1, which is enabling digital transformation policies and strategies and regulation. There's about 7 targets on outcome number 2, which talk to increased access to secure digital infrastructure and services. There's about 8 targets, Chair, on outcome number 3, which talks to digitally transformed economy and society. And there's about 8 targets as well on the last outcome, as you can see, which talks to high performing and sustainable portfolio to enable achievement of mandates. So, Chair, all in all, those are the focus areas, the priorities, as well as the targets for the department. The budget. So that is the budget, Chair, for the department. For the financial year, which is 22-23, the department has been allocated 2.7 billion by Treasury, and that's the indicative allocations for the rest of the medium-term expenditure framework, which amounts to 7.7 billion over the 3-year period. 70% of this budget is allocated to transfers to entities. We've got a number of entities in our portfolio, so 70% of our budget to them. And there is also allocation for compensation of employees. There is a ceiling that has been approved. So in the next financial year, 2023-24, and 2024-25, there is a decline in compensation of employees overall, if you look at our budget. And there is also allocation for goods and services, which almost is about 203,857,000 for the 2023 financial year. The decrease, it goes up a little bit for the next financial year. And then for 2024-25, that's how the figures have been indicated, an increase on goods and services. We have got transfers and subsidies, which I've said takes the bulk of the allocation at about 70%, which for this financial year is 1.9 billion, and it decreases for the next financial year and it increases again. And payment for capital assets is about 13 million. So in the overall, that is the budget for the department as allocated by Treasury. So that's all, Chair, with regard to, I think this slide number 11 indicates the actual amount that is being transferred to the entities. As you can see, the bulk goes to ICASA at 769 million. I think it's followed by the South African Post Office at 519. And the SABC comes in there at 133 million for public broadcaster, and then for program productions about 50 million. So that is the complete allocation to all the entities, which comes to about 1.9 billion. That is all with regard, my apologies, with regard to the department. Can we then move to the entities? Thank you very much, Chair. I don't know who's operating the system. If we can then go to the entities, and we can then start with the CASA.
Sorry, Deputy Minister and Chairperson. This is the ADG Omega Shelembe. I'm trying to share the draft presentation for entities, but I seem not to have the sharing rights.
Can we ask the committee secretariat?
Mr. Beni and Mr. Malik, if you can assist on that.
Chairperson, I have met Mr. Shelembe. I have given him the sharing rights.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So we do have a summary of the analysis, Chair, of all the entities. But we also do have a summary of presentations by all the entities. So we can either flight the summary of the analysis, or we can flight the actual presentations by the entities, and then we can then talk to those presentations.
Yes, Mr. Shelembe, are you experiencing a problem in flighting the summary?
Okay, Mr. Shelembe, can you please just...
I seem to be encountering a problem sharing the document. I'm still trying though.
Okay.
Minister, Deputy Minister, you can proceed with the summary in the meantime as he tries to flight it up. We just wanted to do that to have also those who are following the discussions to follow the presentation. Otherwise, members, as I said, have the actual presentations. That's why I would want just a summary.
Okay, I can do that, Chair. So as I said, we will start with the ICASA. Chairperson. So with regard to ICASA, while Mr. Schlem is still looking for the presentation to flight, as we've said, Chair, it's just going to be a summary of what the department have summarized for the different entities. So ICASA has set itself the following priorities, which is first, the digital economy, policy directions on licensing of high demand spectrum and deployment of 5G mobile services, the high cost for mobile broadband services, community broadcasting services licensing, reviewing postal services regulations, consumer protection through intensifying compliance with license terms and conditions, and international engagements to ensure the harmonization of postal ICT and ICT regulatory environment in the Sadc region. So those are the priorities, about 5 of them. And so there's about 47 targets which are aligned to the 5 programs of this. So on the administration, ICASA has 19 targets. On the licensing, there's about 8 targets. There's 8 targets also policy research and analysis. And about 8 targets for engineering and technology. And there is about 4 targets for regions and consumer affairs, which all in all is about 47 key targets for ICASA. Let's deal with all the programs, starting with administration, which has got the bulk of the targets, about 19 of them. So under this program of administration, ICASA has set out operational targets, which are aimed at supporting the authority's core business functions in pursuit of fulfilling its mandate. There are about 5 sub-programs under this administration program, which is corporate services, second one is finance, third one is human resources, the fourth one is internal audit. The last one is legal risk and compliance committee under this program. So ICASA has added a strategic indicator under this program in relation to the authority's contribution to the fiscals through the collection of license fees. There is a strategic deliverable as ICASA's contribution to fiscals remains the key strategic focus on the medium term. So ICASA plans to collect about 99% of license fees in each year over the medium term. There's also a significant improvement in the audit outcome performance over the years due to the implementation by ICASA of effective action plans. And so the authority therefore plans an improvement from unqualified audit opinion, a plain audit opinion in the initial year. We move to program number 2, which is talking to license and compliance. So the main purpose of this program is to issue, review, amend, and transfer licenses, authorizing, and other scarce resources, grant equipment type approval, authorized channels as well as licenses. So this program also monitors the compliance by licenses with their license terms and conditions, the requirements of enabling legislation and underlying regulations. The indicators and targets under this program, a couple of them. The first indicator is percentage of process to assign high demand broadband spectrum complete, which is 100% target. Target is 100%. The indicator talks to the percentage of process to review the number of plans regulations, which is the third indicator talks to the percentage of process to amend standard terms and conditions, regulations for individual licenses, which is also 100%. The fourth indicator talks to the percentage of process to amend processes and procedures regulations for individual licenses, which the target is 100%. The fifth indicator talks to the percentage of process on the licensing of digital community television broadcasting services on MUX1 completed, which is the target talks to 50%. The next my apologies, Chair. The next target talks to percentage of process on the licensing of an individual electronic communications network services completed, which is 100% target. The target is 100%. The sixth one talks to percentage of process on the licensing of commercial sound broadcasting services completed, which is 100%. And the last indicator under this program talks to the percentage of elections monitored and achieved, which is 100%. On this program, just to indicate that I'm sure members would recall that in December 2020, Telkom instituted litigation proceedings against USAASA, in which it sought substituted services in order to interdict the authority from assessing or adjudicating on any applications regarding the ITAs which were published by USAASA. This matter was then concluded in March, where there was an agreement generally, and the order was then issued, which prohibited the authority from finalizing the process of auctioning of the high demand broadband spectrum. As a result of that, the authority then published a new ITAs, which they then called the truncated process for the allocation of spectrum through auctioning, and that process has since been concluded by March 2 months back, where the authority finalized the auctioning of spectrum. There was another court case which was then launched by Telkom again, and that court process has since been resolved through an out-of-court settlement, which was made an order of court, where the matter was finally laid to rest, which means that the process that was undertaken by USAASA to license spectrum, high demand broadband spectrum, through the auction is now final. And so as a country, we can then move forward with the reality that that which we have sought to do over a number of years has finally been finalized by the authority. So the spectrum has been auctioned, so that matter will remain. Of course, I think the chair can then take the committee through, if he's given an opportunity, on the details of the out-of-court settlement. On program number 3, Chair, which talks to policy research and analysis, under this program, the authority conducts research and policy analysis into all the regulatory sectors in line with the mandate of the authorities. There's about 8 indicators here, and 8. Just to quickly go through the indicators. Under this program, one of the indicators talks to the number of SAPO tariffs analysis report approved, which is 1. Next indicator talks to the number of discussion documents in the conveyance of mail approved, which is also 1. And the next indicator talks to the number of SAPO regulations financial statements assessed, 1. Number of regulations relating to the definition of advertising informations and program sponsorship in respect of broadcasting services developed, which is 0.75 target. Number of biannual tariff analysis report produced is 2. Number of regulations on subscription television broadcasting market developed is 1. Number of finding documents and signal distribution is 1. Number of regulations on call termination developed is 1. The 4th program, Chair, talks to engineering and technology. Under this program, there's also about 8 targets. The first target talks to percentage of radio frequency migration plan implemented, which is 100%. Next target indicator talks to the percentage of IMT roadmap implemented, is 100%. The third target talks to the number of reports on the monitoring of impact on the 5G deployment in the ICT sector in South Africa produced, is 1. Number of position papers on optimization of frequency modulation testing produced is 1. Number of discussion documents on the dynamic spectrum access and opportunistic spectrum management produced is 1. Number of provinces monitored for quality of service is about 7 provinces. The number of regulations on rapid deployment as required under Chapter 4 of the ACA Act produces 0.5. The last one is the number of amended regulations the subscription service charter produces 1. The last program is on regions and consumer affairs. So this program is to enable unimpeded electronic communication, broadcasting and postal services through compliance, monitoring, and enforcement. So there's about 4 indicators and targets under this program, which is 1, a percentage of reported radio frequency interference in 30 working days. The target here is 97%. The second output indicator talks to the level of service delivery with respect to license applications, registration process within the turnaround time, which is level 2. The third indicator talks to the percentage of consumer complaints resolved, which CASA aims to have 87% target. The last one, it talks to the number of advisories provided by the consumer advisory panel, which is 1. And so those are the programs with the indicators, Chair. The financials. So during the 2022 MTF process, the Treasury allocated additional funding of about 300 million to USAASA to cater for adjustments to execute the regulatory functions. So this additional funding is expected to provide temporary relief on the budget pressures encountered by the regulator, while the broadcaster process on reviewing the funding model is still under discussion. In the main, these funds will be used to deliver new projects that normally flow after the issuing of spectrum, such as monitoring of compliance with license terms and conditions. So the entity's total revenue is expected to decrease from 769 million in the 2022-23 financial year to 513 in the 24-25 financial year. So the authority will generate 96.9% of its revenue from government grants and the remaining 3.1% from interest earned on short-term investment. So the total expenditure is projected to increase from 769 in the 22-23 financial year to 513 in the 2024-25 at an annual rate of 4%. So almost about of the budget has been allocated towards administration program, which is mainly the cost. The remaining 60% is expected to cover the key activities and projects which are linked to other programs that form part of the USAASA's core mandate. On the balance sheet, the total assets of the entity is 1.7 billion, which comprise mainly of receivables and prepayments, as well as cash and cash, and cash equivalents. I'm experiencing a bit of a problem here with my connectivity. Okay, so there's also an analysis of the risks, which has been identified by the authority. I think there are about 6 in total, which I'm not going to go through them for the sake of time. Can we move to the next entity, which is the Films and Publication Board? If you do allow, Chair, I can ask Mr. Shilembe to help me there, because I can see that my connectivity is also struggling now. Mr. Shilembe, can you help me with the FPB and going forward? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, DM, and greetings again to the chairperson and the members of the committee. As we have there on slide 6, the Film and Publication Board, the annual indicators and targets. The board has set to deliver a total of 15 key performance targets aligned to the strategic goals in the 2022-23 financial year. The first strategic goal has to do with organizational transformation, which has indicators like the percentage of digital transformation roadmap implemented and approved human capital business improvement strategy and implementation plan. Against that, they have targets, 2 targets: the approved digital transformation roadmap, which will be implemented, and the human capital business improvement strategy to be also to be approved by council. Under strategic goal number 2, which is the regulatory capacity and enforcement, there are several indicators there which one is the percentage of licensing and content classification issued within 7 working days, the percentage of online distributor applications or self-classifications concluded within 6 months, developed accreditation standards and framework to process applications for international classification authorities, percentage of matters before enforcement committee finalized and stipulated by the enforcement committee regulations, the number of regulatory frameworks for the implementation of the Filling and Publication Amendment Act developed and or updated, and develop regulator of the future strategy. Against these indicators, they have the following targets. 90% of licensing and classification decisions issued within 7 working days. 90% of online distributor applications received concluded within 6 months. Council approved accreditation standards and framework to process applications for international classification authorities. 90% of matters before the enforcement committee within 12 months, and the percentage of prioritized regulatory framework implemented. The regulator of the future proposal and approved. Next slide, please. With respect to goal number 3, which is customer focus, this has to do with the percentage of consumer complaints or queries resolved within 10 working days, and the percentage of customer 11. They have a target there for customer complaints of resolving at least 60% of queries and complaints received within turnaround times, and to achieve the customer satisfaction level of 60%. The next goal is financial sustainability, where the Filling and Publication Board intends to increase its own generated revenue, and the target there is an 18% increase in own generated revenues. Goal number 5, stakeholder management and collaboration. This one has to do with the number of MOUs signed with strategic partners, the percentage implementation of the public education plan. And the intention is to, as a target for 2022-23, sign 1 MOU with a strategic partner and 100% implementation of the public education plan. Next slide, please. The next slide then shows the financial information of the Film and Publication Board. On total revenue, we see 125 million as the revenue for 2022-23, increasing to 137.3 million 2024-25. That is the last year of the MTF. Generally, the revenue in the past 3 years has been declining. Essentially, government grants have been declining at the rate of 2% on average. And government grants constitute 92% of the revenue to the Film and Publication Board. The remaining revenue, which is generated from regulatory fees, of 8% and is expected to increase to 21% at the end of the MTF. We say it should be noted that the forecasted revenue is inadequate to cover all the strategic deliverables of the regulator is seeking to increase as self-generated revenues. The total expenditure matches the revenue by and large, with 124.1 million operational expenditure and capex of 861,296 rand. There are also risks identified for the Film and Publication Board. At a strategic level, the FPB has identified 17 strategic key risks with 24 risk mitigation measures, which will be in place in the 2022-2023 financial year. In the main, the lack of human resources and financial resources have been identified as key risks to the annual performance plan. The inadequacy of the FPB to conclude enforcement matters also imposes a great risk on effective and efficient implementation of the Amendment Act within stipulated timeframes. The FPB has developed a strategy proposal that seeks to reposition itself as a single online content regulator of the future. Next slide, please. I think it's the next entity now.
Yeah, maybe just to summarize on this one as we move to the next entity. Basically, Chair, on the highlights of this annual performance plan for the Films and Publication Board, the highlight is going to be on the implementation of the Amendment Act. I think members will recall that around March, the President has given effect to the implementation of or for the effective operationalization of the Films and Publication Amendment Act, which therefore gives the entity an expanded or expansive mandate. And so we are in discussions with the entity. They've also provided us with the strategy that we've requested, that was requested by the Minister on the content regulator of the future. We are in discussion with them about the strategy. They finalized it, and they've also finalized the implementation plan of the Films and Publication Amendment Act. So we are in discussion with the entity. There are a number of implications for this expanded mandate, both financial and human resource, which we are in discussion with them. And I think at an appropriate time, we will come and brief the committee on the content regulator of the future for the entity. So basically that is the highlight for this APP, and I think is what is going to preoccupy this entity going forward. Thank you, Chair. As we move to the next one on BBI, over to Mr. Shalom.
Thank you very much again, DM. BBI for the upcoming financial year will be measured against the attainment of 5 strategic objectives through the monitoring of the key performance indicators and targets as articulated in the APP. The strategic objectives are as follows. 1 is to strengthen the financial performance and position for growth and sustainability. 2, an organization enabled to deliver upon its mandate. 3, an increased base achieved through customer fulfillment and state-of-the-art infrastructure and 4, the preferred partner of government in enabling the digital transformation, and 5, facilitated socio-economic transformation. The strategic objectives and programs indicated above are part of the turnaround strategy embarked upon by the entity from 2020-21 financial year and are linked to the key performance areas to deliver on BBI's target in the 2021-22 until 2025-26 financial year. With respect to the sales strategy, BBI mentions that its sales strategy is based on the following pillars and should assist the company with its financial sustainability. 1 is key accounts retention, whereby BBI indicates that it has plans to retain its major customers. 2 is the acquisitions to be achieved through business development activities. 3 is strategic partnerships. The company here plans to engage in strategic relationships or for joint market, core product development and positioning. 4 is Southern African Development Community, SADC. BBI indicates that it has developed retention strategies to keep the existing SADC customers, whilst it plans to extend its network connectivity further north in the African continent. The next one, the next pillar of the sales strategy is public sector. Based on the SA Connect project that BBI has been a key partner to, the company is planning to leverage on this to connect key departments and local government offices to boost its revenue. And finally, channel partnerships, whereby the company indicates that it has plans to increase its reach through major channel partners. Next slide, please. I think the next slide then shows the financial information of BBI for the financial year 2022-2023. The revenue is forecasted to be. I apologize, Chair. I don't seem to see the financial numbers there on the slide, but I'll read them here from my notes. The revenue is forecasted to be 579 million, representing an increase of 23% when compared to the previous year. The company indicated that the revenue is based on signed contracts, including the new contracts signed in the 2020-21 and the existing SA Connect sites connected. The contracts that will be expiring during 2022-23 are included in the revenue calculation based on specific probability retention built on respective client relationships at prevailing market prices. BBI has mentioned that its cost of sales is based on actual contracted costs and new contracted costs for Eskom and Transnet Freight Rail. That the Eskom lease cost is expected to increase by more than inflation to mitigate the outlash risk and to extend the core network. Specific contracted reductions and inflationary increases include a year-on-year increase of 24%, including SA Connect. Operating expenditure average inflation is projected at around 5%, and specific inflation is factored in for IT costs and building rentals. In terms of its funding strategy, the company aims at sourcing funding from various financial institutions, selective vendor financing alternatives, and other providers of medium-term debt financing. The financial institutions are targeted as a source of short-term cash and liquidity provisioning facilities and to support the company with long-term debt capital. On the other hand, the medium-term funders will also be expected to support the company with long-term debt capital, whereas vendors will be sought to support medium and long-term balances of operational costs with revenue through the financing of technology enhancements. Based on the planned capital spend, the total funding to the value of 622 million rand is planned to be raised during 2022-23 financial year. These funds will be used as and when required on a drawdown basis to optimally manage the cash resources of the company. There are risks identified as shown there from risk A to risk number H. Maybe if I were to just go them quickly for the sake of time, Chairperson. One is the risk identified in Z1 of the lack of funding for BBI, which has its associated mitigating plans, as I have just gone through how BBI intends to leverage funding for its projects. The next one is the merger and integration of the BBI and Sentech to form the IC. If it were not to happen or if it were to be significantly delayed. The impact of COVID-19 related strains, regulatory constraints, inability for BBI to respond to rapid changes in the market and technology, low employment, margin pressure, and customer defections, especially major customers. That is it, Chairperson, for BBI. I don't know if you would like to add.
Yeah, maybe as we step off BBI, there are about 3 key issues, Chair, on this entity. The first key issue is that BBI, as well as Sentech and SITA, have been identified as critical players for the phase 2 of SA Connect, which is going to be state-driven, using this entity together with the other 2 entities to connect the country. And of course, we know that there are other social obligations for the other for the telcos as part of the allocation of spectrum. So BBI is going to play a very key critical role in as far as SA Connect is concerned. The other key issue, Chair, to consider on BBI is the fact that this entity will require some funding in order to invest in its infrastructure to service its customers. And so we are aware that the shareholder has been converted into equity, and that has given strengthened the balance sheet of the entity. And so the entity is now in a position to go to the markets and to raise the necessary funding in order to invest in its infrastructure. So that is going to be a key focus for the entity going into the future. And the last issue on this one, Chair, is the merger between BBI and Sentech. Is an issue that we are working towards finalizing that merger process. And so part of the entity's focus must also be to build towards that merger process. So these are the 3 critical issues to consider for this entity as we go into the future. Thank you very much. I think Mr. Schlemmer will take us to USAASA and USAF, which is next. You are no longer sharing, Mr. Schlemmer. Can you put the presentation back on the screen?
Thank you, DM. I'm being assisted by Stephen with the sharing. I don't know what problem he's encountering there, but I'm going to start. I'm sure he's going to project just now. The next entity is USAF. There we go. USAF targets are supported by 3 strategic outcomes, namely the broadening access to broadcast digital services by qualifying households, increased access to broadband in underserviced areas, and a well-governed and high-performance fund delivering on its mandate. The planned annual targets under the aforementioned strategic objectives are tabled below. On the extreme left column are the actual targets for the year, and these targets are then broken down into quarterly targets in the next 4 columns. So the first target is the 100% funding of BDM installations by Sentech and other approved service providers for registered qualifying households. And this 100% target is going to be fulfilled throughout the quarters at 100% of valid BDM installations by Sentech and other approved service providers throughout the quarters of the year. The next target is to develop a BDM monitoring and evaluation report on the migrated households through subsidy. And the quarterly targets here are: in Q1, USAF will monitor and evaluate framework on migrated households through subsidy developed and approved by the highest governance structure at USAASA. Quarterly assessment reports on migrated households through subsidy developed. In Q3, the quarterly assessment reports on migrated households through subsidy developed. And finally, in Q4, we'll do quarterly assessment report on migrated households through subsidy developed as well. The next annual target is the funding of the subsidized broadband connectivity to identified sites on service level agreement. And the targets are as follows per quarter. Q1, submission of an application for deviation authorization to National Treasury for appointment of a service provider or service providers, and prepare a funding model for approval by the executive authority. In Q2, they will do funding of the valid broadband connected identified sites based on the numbers agreed on service level agreement. And that target rolls on to Q3 and Q4 accordingly. The next target has to do with 100% of valid, and this one is an administrative target, 100% of valid invoices paid within 30 days from the date of receipt, and it rolls over accordingly every quarter with 100% of valid invoices being paid per quarter. If we move on to USAASA, USAASA's main targets USAASA's planned targets are supported by the following two strategic outcomes: a well-governed and high-performance organization and fund delivering on its mandate, and enabling dissolution of USAASA in line with the National Integrated ICT White Paper decision. The planned annual targets under the aforementioned strategic objectives are tabled below for USAASA. The first annual target is the USAASA strategic plan NSP on gender-based violence will be implemented. In Q1, USAASA will develop a USAASA annual plan in support of the NSP on GBV and femicide strategy for approval by the highest governing structure. In Q2, they will produce a quarterly report on the implementation of approved USAASA in support of the NSP. In Q3, similarly, they will produce the quarterly report on the implementation of the approved USAASA annual plan in support of the NSP and do the same in Q4. With respect to the next outcome or strategic objective, the target is the highest governing structure approved stakeholder strategy and plan implemented. That is another target, and the quarterly targets are to develop a stakeholder annual plan for approval by highest governing structure, to produce quarterly reports in the subsequent quarters on implementing of the approved stakeholder annual plan. The next target is 60% implementation of the strategic risk plan noted by the highest governing structure. In the first quarter, USAASA will conduct a full strategic risk assessment and risk treatment plan. In the second quarter, 40% implementation of the strategic risk treatment plan, and do additional 10% and another 10% in the third and fourth quarters, respectively. And then they also have the administrative target here of 100% of valid invoices paid within 30 days from the date of receipt. And that rolls over in all the quarters accordingly, 100% of valid invoices being paid each quarter. Then the last target has to do with the disestablishment of USAASA, and USAASA plans to develop a disestablishment activity plan. In Q1, USAASA will develop a first draft disestablishment activity plan and approval by the highest governing structure. And the final draft will be developed in Q2 of the disestablishment activity plan based on internal consultation and for submission to the executive authority. In Q3, the commencement of activities on the preparatory with disestablishment activity plan, and Q4, the actual implementation of the disestablishment activity. Financial information, next slide, is as follows. USAF is allocated 126.1 million in 2022-23. It grows marginally to 127.3 million in 2023-24. and to 133.1 million in 2024-2025. With respect to USAASA, the allocations are 86 million in 2022-23, 86.8 million in 23-24, and 90.7 million in 2024-2025 million. On the risks identified, we say USAASA must ensure that it achieves the targets as committed in the APP, because failure to achieve the planned targets might pose the risk of funds not being utilized and having to be returned to national treasury. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think that is all we have for USAASA and USAF. I don't know if the DM would like to add something there.
Yeah, just two key issues on USAASA and USAF. One issue is that we still are continuing with our plans to disestablish the USAASA as an entity. And so one of the key issues that we will be working on is to finalize the disestablishment plan, which has to be submitted to the ministry for approval. And the other issue here is with regard to the broadcasting digital migration, for which USAASA has been acting as a sponsor and making the budgetary allocation available, mainly to USAASA, to Sentech, to facilitate the installation of set-top boxes and so forth. And so the plan here is to finalize this process by the end of June, as we have already indicated. And so USAASA is playing a critical role in as far as that is concerned. So those are the two critical issues that USAASA is focusing on currently. Thank you, Chair. You can proceed, Mr. Schlemmer.
Thank you very much. The next entity is Sentech. For the medium-term future framework period, Sentech has set to focus on, please excuse the smaller font on this slide. Sentech has set to focus on 3 strategic goals, namely sustainable growth, enable digitally connected people and communities, and to launch SA-owned communication satellite and build connectivity infrastructure. These 3 goals will be pursued through a total of 15 targets planned for the 2022-23 financial year. And this table is illustrating these targets, but I'm going to come back to them just now. The plan of Sentech, as they say, has to be understood within the context of the following: dealing economic decline owing to COVID-19, which has further stretched the government's fiscus. As government mobilizes its available in response to this pandemic, less funding is available to be allocated to SOEs to execute developmental mandate. The accelerated analog switch off, as announced by the President of the Republic during the 2021 State of the Nation address, SONA, that the project be completed by March 2022. Sentech has committed to install the remaining 510,000 set-top boxes to conclude the process. The entity's financial plan is developed in line with the analog switch-off plan, which subsequently have a decrease in revenue as the digital tariff is lower than the analog one. As most of Sentech's revenue comes from the terrestrial television services, a reduced uptake on DTT poses a serious risk to the entity and the DTT project. It is imperative, therefore, to note that any further delays on the ASO analog switch-off will result in additional dual incremental costs, noting that there were no funds allocated for illumination in the MTF period. Coming to the targets of Sentech. Sentech has a total number of 15 targets planned for 2022-23 financial year. And these are also spread according to quarterly targets across the year. The first target has to do with 2 new customers onboarded on over-the-top platform. That is the annual target. The Q1 target for that is user requirements defined. Q2, customer contracting. Q3, OTT platform deployment and testing. And Q4, OTT platform implemented for 2 customers. The second target has to do with border management solution developed and implemented. And in Q1, Sentech will define the border management solution. In Q2, solution specification requirements for border management. Q3, proof of concept and implementation for border management solution. And in Q4, border management solution developed and implemented. This third target is the SA satellite bankable business plan finalized, funding commitments secured and submitted to the shareholder for approval. And it breaks down into quarters as follows. In Q1, bankable business plans developed and funding partners identified. In Q2, first draft bankable business developed, and the second draft is developed in Q3, and the draft is finalized in Q4 of the bankable business plan, with funding and secured and submitted to the shareholder for approval. The next target has to do with 680 broadband sites connected. And in Q1, they will have contracting for broadband sites to connect in Q1. 220 broadband sites connected cumulative in Q2. 440 broadband sites connected cumulative, and ultimately 680 broadband sites connected cumulative in Q4. The next target has to do with the STBs. That is 100% balance of STBs installation of registered households. And it breaks into quarters as 20% in the first quarter, 40% in the second quarter, cumulative 60% in the third quarter, and ultimately 100% in the in the fourth quarter. The next target is innovation for growth, for revenue growth. And the quarterly targets have to do with conducting research and technology surveys for high-level requirements. In quarter two, complete high-level designs. In quarter three, detailed designs and budget approved for implementation. And in quarter four, revenue-enhancing innovation implemented. The next target is the innovation for operational efficiency. Here, in quarter one, Sentech intends to complete the specifications and solutions design. Quarter two, demonstration of the first interactions of the innovation. Quarter three, demonstration and launch of the innovation. And in quarter four, innovation for operational efficiency implemented. The next target has to do with 75% customer satisfaction score. And in quarter one, Scientech will design the customer satisfaction score monitoring tool with interventions or solutions as customer issues.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress. Five
tier one customers engaged, increasing to 10, and those then recording a 75% customer satisfaction score at the end of the financial year. The next target is 99.8 weighted average network availability, which should be the same throughout the year at 99.8 weighted average network availability across all the quarters. Then the next target is 30% of plant sites installed with green energy supply. The first quarter target there is project plan and design solution requirements developed, and solution procurement in the second quarter. Build and test the solution at identified sites. And at the end of the financial year, the last quarter, 30% of plant sites with green energy supply. I'm going to skip the two numbers there because we seem to have missed the detail. Maybe Sentech can add the information relating to that. I'll go to 100% of digital training and planned intervention implemented, which will cumulatively grow from 20% in quarter one, 50% in quarter two, 85% in quarter three, and 100% of digital training planned intervention implemented. I think this is the last target, which relates to an audit for Sentech. There is no performance required in the first two quarters, and in the last two quarters, in the third quarter, reduction of management letter points by 50%. And in the last quarter, the completion and issue of interim financial statements for the 9 months period ending 31 December 2022. The financial information relating to Sentech for 2022 financial year, the company is set to remain liquid with a positive going concern status. This is confirmed by the 1.96 billion in current assets against liabilities of only 392.5 million rand. These current assets include a cash balance of 1.8 billion and trade and other receivables of 101 million. The entity remains debt-free, and all capital and operational activities will be funded from cash and reserves generated from operations. The company has adequate cash to honor its current liabilities during the medium term. And the company is projecting in financial year 2022-23 a liquidity and solvency ratios of 8.32 and 0.61 respectively. While current ratio demonstrates Sentech's ability to pay off its current liabilities that is payable within 1 year with its current assets such as cash, accounts receivable and inventories. Solvency ratio indicates conservative financing with an opportunity to borrow in future at no significant risk based on its low debt. Its return on assets is 4.4%. The above figures and ratios illustrate that Sentech is in a sound financial position currently to deliver on its commitment as contained in the corporate plan. The risks, I will quickly just go through them as we have them here. Sentech has identified 11 risks, both internal and external, to its business. Unfortunately, the risks are skirting on the bigger risk facing the company, including business stagnancy and over-reliance on one customer, the SABC. That said, the biggest risk to Sentech's financial plan are delayed analog switch-off targets not met, or delayed analog switch-off targets if ASO wasn't met. Loss of current customers and inability to acquire new customers. Inadequate growth of the broadband and connectivity business. Inability to attract, develop and retain mission-critical skills due to uncertainty created by the delayed impending merger with BBI. Unsustainable cost of operations that may result in insolvency as customers look out for cheaper signal distribution model. Next slide, please. That is all we have captured a chairperson here for Sentech, unless the DM would like to add something.
Yeah, no, just 2 or 3 issues for Sentech. I think the first one for members to note is the merger between this entity together with the BBI, which is supposed to reflect on their APPs. And it's a matter which the minister has been in discussion with the board of Sentech regarding this process of merger, which must be accelerated. The second point to note is the fact that Sentech will also play a significant role in the rollout of SA Connect Phase 2. They are already participating in the steering committee, seconded an official from this entity who is assisting in terms of project management. And the last point, actually the one before the last, is the digital migration. This entity is playing a significant role in terms of BDM, in rolling out the installation of set-top boxes. Sentech is leading that process. We are working towards the end of June, as we've already indicated. So the entity is assisting us in as far as that is concerned. And lastly, Chair, the risk that continues to exist as identified in the risks areas, which is the continued reliance on one big customer. And this is a matter that I think has been escalated by the SABC to the Competitions Commission. We are awaiting the final outcome in as far as that is concerned. So those are some of the key issues that relates to this entity, Chair. Thank you. If we can move to the next one, NEMISA.
May I continue, DM?
Yes, Mr. Shalembe, you can continue.
Thank you very much. With respect to NEMISA, NEMISA has revised its strategic plan, sharpened its focus on broadcasting targets in line with the new directive from the ministry. And they have accordingly made several changes as reflected in the revised strategic plan. But because we do not have much time, I'm going to go straight to the APP targets. NEMISA has a total of 19 targets planned for the 2022-23 financial year. All the targets are manageable and conform to the SMART principles. The table below reflects the annual performance plan and the table with the quarterly targets. With respect to program 1, NEMISA is planning organizational efficiency report to be developed. And in Q1, in that respect, we'll conduct a gap analysis for organizational efficiency. Nothing will be done in Q2 and Q3 in this respect, and the organizational efficiency report will be developed in Q4. And the next target has to do with the phase 1 of the digital skills work then completed. And in Q1, digital skills is submitted to the board. Q2, phase 1 plan is implemented and progress report developed. Q3, phase 1 plan is implemented and progress report developed. And Q4, phase 1 of the digital skills workforce plan is complete. The next target has to do with an unqualified audit outcome with no material findings, what we call a clean audit. And here they will just monitor the audit action plan in the first 2 quarters, and unqualified audit outcome with no material findings, clean audit in Q3, and audit action plan will be finalized in Q4. The next target is MMPH business plan implementation report developed. And here is 1 progress report developed per quarter throughout the year. With respect to program 2, Chairperson, the target is 5 MOAs concluded, and they are broken down into 3 quarters, 1 MOA in the first quarter, 2 MOAs in the next quarter, and 2 other MOAs in the third quarter. The next target is partnership performance report of 2021 signed agreements. And here the quarterly targets are analysis of implementation success of MOAs of previous year and partnership report, performance reports of 2021 signed agreements in quarter 2. In quarter 3, the next target, Chair, in program 3, here the minister has given feedback to NEMISA with respect to these targets, particularly the training of citizens. I'm going to hope that NEMISA can speak to these when they get an opportunity to do so. But the minister is reluctant to have the 50 or training directed at citizens because it is difficult to measure for impact. Rather, the minister supports the training of TVET college lecturers and the related, who will then pass on the skills to the students. So the training of citizens, I hope NEMISA can speak to that. But the next one is 10,000 SMMEs trained in digital entrepreneurship, which is accounted for in the 4 quarters as follows: 1,500 in quarter 1, 3,000 in quarter 2, 3,000 in quarter 4, and 2,500 in quarter 4. And the next target is 500 learners trained in creative media short courses. And these 500 are divided into 15 quarter 1, 150 in quarter 2, 150 in quarter 3, and 150 in quarter 4. The next target is 150 unemployed learners trained in creative media learnerships, and that will take place in quarter 4. 5 learning programs reviewed, and that will take place in quarter 2, where LMS and learning content review improvements will be completed, and 3, the report will be developed. And 2 new learning programs developed. And here in quarter 1, course specification, investigation or investigated. In quarter 2, 2 new concepts developed, and nothing in quarter 3, and 2 new learning programs finalized. There are numbers there, Chair, which again I would hope NEMISA can talk to. The 3,000, which breaks down to 1,000, 1,700, and 300. I don't seem to have the details thereof here. Next slide. So the numbers continue there, the 100, 40, 40, and 20. I don't know what that refers to, but 4 content productions completed, and there will be 1 content production completed in each year. In each quarter. In program 4, they want to host 1 datathon, and in quarter 1, the concept document will be submitted to the board for approval. The preparation report for hosting of datathon is submitted to the board for noting in quarter 2. Datathon is hosted in quarter 3, and outcomes report is developed developed in Q4. Also, under Program 4, one colloquium hosted, and in Q1, colloquium concept document developed and submitted to board for approval. Preparation report for hosting submitted to board for noting. The preparation report for hosting of colloquium is submitted to the board for noting, and colloquium hosted and outcomes report developed in the fourth quarter. Finally, in Program 4, 2 research agenda implementation reports, and these will be done in Q2 and Q4 respectively. In Program 5, the monitoring and evaluation framework will be implemented. In Q1, in fact, across all the quarters, quarterly monitoring and evaluation report will be developed across the quarter. I think we move on to the financial information. Here we're just reiterating that NEMISA is a Schedule 3A entity and is purely or exclusively reliant on government funding to execute its mandate. The Institute has been allocated funding amounting to 102 million in 2022-23, 106 million in the next year, and 110 million in the last year of the MTF. The budget allocation is for organizational administrative expenses, including employee compensation, operation and training initiatives, as well as other expenses. The 45 million, which constitutes 44.3% under Program 3, which is e-astuteness, is allocated towards training targets which are listed under 2.31 above. Those relate to and is allocated towards training projects. Digital literacy training initiatives will focus on the training of SMEs, SITA entrepreneurs, and teachers. There are risks again identified here by NEMISA. The one is the widening gap between technology developments and NEMISA's up, declining and poor brand positioning, employee, students, or learner and wellness health risks, compliance and legal violations, for instance, the Copy Act, and NEMISA is exposed to unnecessary litigation. There is a whole list of risk mitigating factors that are listed there, but I'm not going to go through them, Chairperson, on account of time. DM, I don't know if you would wish to add anything on NEMISA.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Shilambe. I think the one key issue to highlight on NEMISA is the fact that we have asked the entity to put more attention on partnerships. And so the entity has been working to create those partnerships with the Department of Basic Education, with the Department of Higher Education, particularly collaboration with the TVET sector or the TVET branch of the Department of Higher Education and Training, and also with the other skills authorities falling within the Department of Higher Education. And I think there is an engagement and the partnership agreement has been signed with the the bank SITA to go into collaboration with banks to implement some of their projects. So the issue of partnership is quite key that we have requested the entity, and I think they are working on making sure that they maximize partnership with other government entities. I think that's all just to highlight with NEMISA, Chair. Thank you. Mr. Shilembe, you can proceed.
Thank you, DM. Thank you very much. The next entity is ZADNA. The annual targets for ZADNA are divided into 5 outcomes, and under each outcome are several targets. Under first outcome, which is empower communities by increasing domain registration, the first target there is to conduct 15 awareness campaigns. The second one, to conduct 15 registrar reseller development training. Third, to have coverage in 17 media houses. Fourth, to sign 3 strategic partnerships. Fifth, to conduct 3 research and 1 benchmark studies. And sixth, to roll out domain names registrations to 743 public schools as a pilot. With respect to outcome number 2, which is sustainable and resilient domain namespace, there are 2 targets there. The first one is to increase the number of new domain name registrations by 20,000 and to increase the net growth by 1%. The next outcome number 3, is improved stakeholder engagement. And also there are 2 targets here. One is to conduct 16 internet governance engagements, and 2, to have an approved stakeholder analysis market segmentation. With respect to outcome number 4, which has to do with effectively regulating the domain namespace ecosystem, there are 2 targets there. To determine a baseline compliance rate for administrators, operators, and registries, and to conduct an annual domain name technical training for registrars. Outcome number 5, becoming a smart regulator. To resolve 80% of audit findings. To digitize 50% of the documented internal processes. To increase staff satisfaction, incorporating manager effectiveness index to be equal to or greater than 50%, and to maintain staff turnover rate below 20%. Next slide, please. With respect to the financial plan for ZADNA, ZADNA is planning to generate revenue amounting to about 20.4 million rand for the financial year 2022-2023, mainly from the ZACR domain name registration. Revenue derived from domain name registration is projected based at the number of registrations, which is 1.365 million, at 15 Rand per registration. In addition to the revenue derived from the domain name registration, ZADNA is planning to generate 1.3 million from interest and other sources of income. Thus, the total revenue projected for financial year 2022-23 is 21.8 million. Total expenditure is expected to be 21.7 million, with the cost drivers such as compensation of employees, development, professional fees, meetings and events, marketing and awareness. The remaining 21% will be spent on other activities. Again, ZADNA has identified the risk and the mitigation strategies or factors. The first risk has to do with the decline in registration and usage of .za domain names. The second one is unresponsive stakeholders. And the last, compromised financial information and risk of business interruptions. There are accordingly then risk mitigation strategies to deal with these risks. But again, for the sake of time, Chair, I'm not going to go into these mitigation strategies. Yes. I think that should be all for ZADNA. DM, I don't know if you want to say something.
Yeah, no, thanks, Mr. Chilemba. I think on .ZADNA, the entity generates most of its revenue. And so the issue and the focus on the entity will be to maximize that revenue and look at new possible areas to generate more revenue for the entity. I think that's all for .ZADNA. I think the more focus should be on, it's going to be on increasing revenue that is generated the entity. I think that's all for the .ZADNA. You can proceed, Mr. Shlem.
Thank you, DM. The next is SITA. The agency's 2022-23 APP is based on the implementation of 18 targets across 5 programs as follows. Program 1, which is thought leadership and service delivery, has 6 targets. Digital infrastructure has 4 targets. Skills and capability, which is program number 3, has 2 targets. Financial sustainability has 3 targets. And procurement and industry transformation also has 3 targets. For the year 2022-23, SITA is expecting to generate a revenue of 5.9 billion. This is an increase of 4% as compared to the forecast from the previous financial year. The agency indicated that the increase in revenue will be achieved through business development, harnessing more value, achieving a larger share of the current approved government ICT spend. Operational expenditure. SITA cost of sales is expected to increase by 5.1%, when compared to the previous financial year, and is forecasted to be 4.175 billion in the current financial year. At the same time, the operating expenses are expected to increase by 25% from a forecast of 1.387 billion for the financial year 2021-22 to an estimated 1.728 billion in the financial year 2022-2023. Capital expenditure. The total capital expenditure requirement for financial year 2022-23 is budgeted at 750 million. The agency indicated that it may have to consider borrowing funds as well, applying for conditional grants to meet its capital expenditure. There are risks identified by the agency which might negatively impact on the attainment of the set goals. And SITA has developed the mitigating plans for each risk. But the risks are as follows: limited client readiness, poor delivery, that is, services cannot be delivered on existing infrastructure, limited change management, loss of skills, unsupportive culture, limited funding, poor market response, ineffective automation, and finally concentration risk. I think that is all we've captured for SITA, Chairperson. DM, I don't know, would you like to add something on SITA?
Not much on SITA, except just to mention, Chair, that SITA is one of the key entities that are participating in the phase 2 of the SA Connect. There are particular responsibilities that has been assigned for this entity. So it's one of the entities that rely on for the implementation of phase 2 and to make sure that about 80% of South Africans are connected by in the next 3 years. So that is a critical role for SITA. But the other point also to mention, Chair, is the fact that I think SITA has been is now in a stabilization phase after going through what it went through, which resulted in an intervention where administrator was appointed, executive caretaker. I think they are at a point where they are stabilizing now. The revenue is increasing. And so everything seems to be going well there, except that there is a need also that the board is looking at making sure that the turnaround time for the requests that gets to be received from the departments are executed on time and there are no further delays. But otherwise, the new board has been appointed. Cabinet has finalized that appointment. The new board is hitting the ground running. And so there is a sense of stabilization at the entity currently, but there are some risks that has been identified there, which I think the report is talking to. So that's all with regard to SITA, Chair, what I can highlight. For now, we can move, Mr. Shilembe.
Thank you very much, DM. We then move to SABC. First of all, we just need to highlight that during the process of reviewing the 2021-22 corporate plan, the SABC was requested to reduce the number of planned targets, either by combining and or removing non-strategic targets. And we note that SABC has fulfilled that commitment to reduce the number of targets. To this effect, the SABC reduced the total number of targets from 44 to 20 key strategic targets that will be delivered over the next 3 years. The SABC will thus provide also an update on the implementation of the turnaround plan, which indicates that 96% of key actions have been completed. And they will also outline all the specific targets linked to 6 strategic pillars that will be delivered in the next financial year. The financial projections, maybe before I go to the financial projections, let me come to the strategic pillars and the relevant targets as projected on the screen. The first strategic pillar is financial sustainability, which has indicators of annual net profit or loss before interest and tax, average, which is projected to be a loss of 26 million. Another indicator is an average creditors payment days, which is has a target in 2022-23 of 60 days. And another indicator of average debtors collection days, and that has a target of 51 days. With respect to strategic pillar number 2, which is content and platform, there are several indicators there. And the first indicator has to do with prime time share of television screen rate. And that is divided into the 3 channels. SABC 1, 25%, SABC 2, 8%, and S3 is 3%. The next indicator is the number of SABC TV programs in the terrestrial top 20, and the target is 15 for the year. Number of national days covered on television. I don't see a target there. Maybe the SABC can assist us there. Number of national days covered on radio. I think that is 7. And the number of new sports rights acquired is at 4. The other target or indicator relates to the average number of adult listeners of SABC radio stations per 7-day period. For the public service, the target is 30 million over a 7-day period. And a public commercial service, the number is 6 million per 7-day period. Then the last indicator there is the percentage of new affairs related complaints adjudicated in SABC's favor, and the target is 80%. With respect to strategic pillar number 3, which is digital, it has these indicators: number additional sites with functional new radio layout installation, and the target is 10. And the priority KPIs for TV news implemented, the target is operational news production system, commission newsroom, the computer system, operational news, branding and graphic and layout system. Let's go to the next slide. Continuing with pillar number 3, number of hours of TV and TV news content digitized. The annual target there is 30,000 hours of content digitized. The indicator of percentage of analog TV transmitters switched off in collaboration with Scientech. The number is 100% switch off. Operational SABC OTT digital platform, SABC. The target there is to launch the SABC OTT platform by 2022-23. With respect to the 4th pillar, which is human resources, percentage of employees with signed performance contracts, the target is 95%, and percentage of training interventions completed as per the WSP, the target is 60%. Strategic pillar number 5, which is governance, has these indicators. Percentage of previous financial years auditor general findings resolved. The target is 80% for the year. And percentage of policies reviewed that are current in terms of the 2-year review cycle. The percentage is 60%. With respect to strategic pillar number 6, which is partnerships, the number which has this indicator, number of television content generation partnership agreement or MOU signed, the target for the year is 8. Let's move on to the next slide. The next slide then shows the financial information and the risk identified. With respect to the revenue, the SABC is projecting a revenue of 6.3 billion in 22-23, increasing all the way to 7.5 billion in 24-25. Expenditure is also marginally lower than the revenue at also 6.33 billion and increasing to 6.8 billion in the last year of the MTN. There is also a total CAPEX plan, the ANAM, for 2022-23. We're talking almost 2 billion. And same for 2023-24 and 1.5 in 2024-25. The SABC's financial performance is expected to improve due to commercial, advertising, OTT, and sponsorship revenue growth. that will be driven by investments in compelling content and other revenue enhancement initiatives. In this regard, the SABC net profit is expected to increase from 64 million in 2023 to 123 million in 2024. From an expenditure perspective, signal distribution and employee costs are expected to increase in line with inflation over the budgeting period. I'm looking at the time, Chair. I'm not going to go through the identified risks, but they are there together with the mitigating plans for dealing with the risk. Chair, I think that would be all for SABC. I would like to say something.
Yeah, just a few points. Thank you, Mr. Schlembe. I think the one thing to highlight to the committee is the fact that the term of office of the current board is coming to an end in October. And so the minister will be sending a letter to the Speaker of the National Assembly so that the Parliament can then commence a process to appoint members of the board of the SABC so that by the time October comes, then the process would have been concluded. So the letter is on its way, Chairperson. The other issue to note on the SABC is the issue around the analog switch-offs, which is something that the minister has been engaging with the board of the SABC around that, particularly with regard to some of the differences that emerge regarding this accelerated process of switching off analog signal distribution. So that matter is currently under discussion between the minister and the board of the SABC. But it's important to note that the SABC has been participating in the steering committee that has been established and chaired by the minister to look at migrating the country from analog to digital. So they've been fully participating. So some of the differences that emerge are currently under discussion between the minister and the board. And it's not matters which are not, I think the ministry and the board are finding each other in terms of resolving those issues. Of course, guided by evidence, because our decisions has to be evidence-based. So it is the evidence that will guide our decision, but overall, there is an agreement that the country has to migrate, and that process is currently underway. As we've reported, we are hoping to complete that process by the end of June. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We will move on to the last entity, which is SAPO. The corporate plan of the post office is submitted in the midst of the company battling to recover from ongoing severe liquidity challenges. The current position is by the fact that for 2 consecutive financial years, the company has had adverse, or in fact disclaimer auditor opinion and a worsened cash flow position where to date the company has excessive unpaid liabilities. However, the company has developed the strategy called the Post of Tomorrow strategy, which is intended to mitigate against the above financial difficulties by positioning the entity to become a modern, sustainable entity over the short to medium term. SAPO submitted the corporate plan incorporated and mirroring the strategy, which included the identified initiatives which are linked to 9 strategic objectives. The strategic objectives have to do with 1, financial sustainability, 2, logistics center, 3, logistics partnership, 4, e-commerce, 5, authentication and trust center, 6, digital business hubs, 7, building capacity and capability, 8, digitization and modernization, and 9 is corporate governance. If I were to go back then to each strategic area and then the targets for the year. Under 1, financial sustainability, the entity is targeting to attain a net profit loss position as per corporate plan, and the net loss position is to 684 million in Q1, 969 million in Q2, 1.1 billion in Q3, and 1.3 billion in Q4, with a total of 1.384 billion in Q4. Under the logistics, 2.1 is the consolidation and parcel business into a unified platform. In Q1, the company will design the framework for framework policy document, and 2, in Q2, will develop and sign off the consolidation plan. In Q3, we'll develop project plan for implementation of the consolidated plan. And in Q4, roll out and implement the consolidated plan deliverables. The next target there is network of warehouses. This is still under logistics center. In Q1, establish solution demand in the market, research or benchmark report. In Q2, design framework based on outputs results of the research exercise, including a policy document. In Q3, develop a project plan. And in Q4, pilot implementation and achievement of project plan deliverables for pilot and that will translate them to annual targets of pilot implementation and achievement of project plan deliverables for pilots of solution. With respect to the logistics partnership, 3.1, SAPO intends to establish a logistics alliance, both a domestic and international, and will in Q1 conduct feasibility study in the logistics alliance partnership, both in the international and domestic market. In Q2, design framework based on feasibility study results, including policy document. In Q3, develop a logistics alliance project plan. And in Q4, achievement of logistics alliance deliverables. With respect to e-commerce, the target or the indicator there is to establish e-commerce mall to support SMME development. In Q1, SAPO will finalize the design and business requirements. In Q2, we'll finalize the procurement. I've lost the screen there. Just 1 second, Chairperson. I'm trying to find it on my notes there. So I was on 4.1 e-commerce, which is to establish an e-commerce mall to support SMME development. So in Q1, SAPO will finalize design and business requirements. In Q2, we'll finalize procurement processes. In Q3, we'll implement e-mall e-commerce solution. And in Q4, we'll launch the e-mall e-commerce services. With respect to authentication authority and trust center, which is indicator number 5 or strategic outcome number 5. The indicator is the trust center establishment with the targets in Q1, finalize procurement process and appointment of external auditors, implement trust center solution in Q2, compliance processes and remedial actions in Q3, and compliance processes and remedial actions in Q4. All of that resulting into an accredited trust center process at the end of the financial year. Digital business hubs. The target there is the establishment of digital business hubs, which will be 30% established by Q1, 75% established by Q2, 80% in Q3, and 100% by Q4, resulting in 100% establishment of the business digital hubs. Capacity and capability. Achieve the regulated mail delivery standard, which SAPO intends to maintain at 92% throughout the quarter and 92% for the year. Achieve domestic and international courier delivery standard. In Q1, SAPO will implement a stabilized data integrity model and finalize the standard operating procedure. And then the percentages will be 70%, 80%, and 92% in the fourth quarter, leading up to 92%. Resolution of customer complaints recorded at the call center within 7 days, and that is intended to be resolved 100% throughout the quarters. Digitization and modernization, and maintain system of online post office branches at 98% throughout the year. Implementation of critical modernization and digitalization programs will start at 20% in Q1, 30% in Q2, 60% in Q3, and 100% in Q4, resulting in 100% for the year. And 9.1, improve the audit outcomes. In Q1, we'll implement a tracking process to monitor resolution AG findings In quarter 2, implement a tracking process similarly. And then in quarter 3, 50% of the category A audit findings resolved. And in quarter 4, 75% of the category A audit findings resolved, resulting in an unqualified audit opinion at the end of the financial year. Moving on to the financial information for this. Total revenue is 4.8 billion in 2022-23, increasing to 6.578 billion in 24-25. Expenditure is 6.699 billion, increasing to 6.917 billion. The post office also gets funding for universal service obligations, and that is 452 million in 2022-23, 456 million in 23-24, and 476 million in 2024-2025. Chairperson, I think that is it. I don't know if the TM would like to add something on the post office. Thank you.
Yeah, just a couple of points, Chair, on the post office. But before the post office, there is an important point that I omitted to mention on the SABC. I think it is important to note that this is the final year of the implementation of the SABC's turnaround strategy, and the final year for the allocations that the SABC received Treasury as a bailout. And so it's important to note that going forward, the SABC won't be receiving any allocation from Treasury because it would have received the allocation over the 3-year period during the implementation of the turnaround strategy. And so the revenue continues to be an issue that has to be looked at very closely by the board because of the fact that there will be no allocation coming from Treasury. I think that is an important point to note on the SABC. On SAPO, Chair, maybe just to brief the members that we are currently in the process of finalizing the filling of the vacancies of the board. Members will be aware that there are a couple of vacancies that have arisen as a result of resignations. And so the minister went out in the department to invite interested persons with applications. So we have received the applications. We are working through them to make sure that we finalize that process. And it's a process that has to go to cabinet for cabinet to concur with the appointment of the members of the board. I think that process will then culminate in the appointment of the chairperson of the board, together with the deputy chairperson. As you are aware that we now currently have an acting deputy chairperson of the board. So that process is currently underway. I think the other important point to mention is the fact that the matter that this committee has been taken through, the fact that the SABC, the post office is experiencing severe liquidity problems, almost like a crisis as we speak. And the only way that the post office will survive is if it gets an injection from Treasury, and which is a matter that the Minister of our department has been engaging with the Minister of Finance to find a way to get the post office to receive a financial injection from Treasury, and that process is currently underway. The details will be finalized very soon, and I think an announcement will be done as soon as the matter has been finalized. So that announcement will be done by the Minister of Finance. The other issue that it's important just to highlight is the fact that the entity has finalized the post office of tomorrow, and the current plan, the current annual performance plan is largely based on what is contained in that strategy. All the areas identified as are informed by the post office of tomorrow strategy. The other point, Chair, just to mention, is on the post bank. The Minister has submitted a letter to the presiding officers, I think to the Speaker of the National Assembly, to inform Parliament that the Cabinet has finalized the post-bank amendment bill, has approved it, and so it will be expected that Parliament must then initiate a process of making sure that the amendment bill is then looked at, and if Parliament agrees, has to be taken through a process in order finally to become an act, so that we can complete the process of corporatizing the post bank. So we just wish to urge the committee that please follow up that process and make sure that you assist in finalizing the post-bank amendment bill as part of the lawmaking responsibility of this committee and Parliament. The last issue to raise on SAPO, Chair, is on the annual report. I think members will recall that we did not process the annual report of the post office because there were some delays experienced in the audit. So that process has still been concluded. There was an annual general meeting of the post office, and the shareholder has then processed and finalized them. So the annual report should be ready for tabling in Parliament so that the committee can then deal with the report. Thank you very much. That's all with regard to the post office. And I think, Chair, we should be done with all the presentation of the annual performance plan of the entities as well as the department. So I would like to take this opportunity, Chair, to thank you and hand over to yourself to give direction as to where to from here. But from our side, thank you very much, Mr. Shilembe. And over to you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Mr. Shilembe, if you can just unshare the document. Honorable members, would now take hands from those members who would want to make contributions, questions, comments on the presentations, as well as the report from the entity oversight unit, which includes the analysis of the reports that have been tabled to Parliament. So I'll now identify hands from members who want to speak. So Honorable Gumbo, you'll be one. May I check if there are any other members? Then Honorable Odlani, you'll be two. Honorable Basop, Dr. Basop, you'll be three. Honorable Malatsi, before. Then will be followed. Am I leaving any other member? Honorable Kubeka, last. I also want to bring to your attention, honorable members, that I have received an indication just for purposes of record, so that as we look at participation of members, this will be taken into account. That the Honorable Majosi would have forwarded an apology for not attending the meeting and probably the other meetings. Once we receive the formal letter of her leave, would then make that available for members. I just thought it's important for record that she has sent that to the Portfolio Committee group. We'll then take the members in that order. Honorable Gumbu, are recognized to speak, and then it will be followed by Honorable Bodlani, who will then be followed by Honorable Dr. Basop, followed by Honorable Malachi, then Honorable Kubeka, in that order. Honorable Kumbu.
No, thank you, Chair, and greetings to everyone. And let me appreciate all the presentations made. Chair, just one question on the Films and the Publication Board. I just want to check as to who are the strategic partners and what are the terms and monetary value they bring to the entity, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kombo. Honorable Polani, you are recognized. Can proceed.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Chairperson, we welcome the presentations by the department and the entities. The targets that are set, I believe, are reasonable, and as an oversight body, we will do our best to support and monitor the programs. Just to state the obvious, Chairperson, that the billions that are mentioned here are public funds and should be used with the highest level of accountability, because we do our job as this oversight and we approve these annual performance plans and we provide oversight, but we must never forget why we do what we do. The presentation on ICASA, which was unfortunately not flighted, is not the same as the one we received. I'm not sure if I missed it, the one that was done by the Deputy Minister. I'm not sure if it's the same one, but the presentation was thorough. It's just that I could not follow with having the actual presentation. The high staff turnover at ICASA is worrying. And of course, with the growth and demand for communications specialists, government then becomes a training ground where the private sector will allow government to train. And because government is not competitive in terms of salaries and benefits, we end up losing people, especially now there's this big demand for communication specialists. So I'm just raising that as an issue to say, is ICASA able to tell us more in terms of the reasons that they have identified for the high staff turnover? And on the USAASA presentation, the presentation we received is different from the presentation we had today. But the biggest thing that I picked up was just on Q3 targets implementation of strategic risk treatment plan. The figures are very different, and I'm worried that we are going to approve something that is different and for monitoring and evaluation processes. I'm talking about the Q3 target implementation of strategic risk management. I'm not sure how the figures that we've got one that says a 10% target and another one says a 50% target. The disparities are very high, and we should just correct to make sure that we've got the correct figures. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Honorable Dr. Basop, nice, can proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and honorable members and the TM. In appreciating the presentations, I've got only a few questions to raise. My questions are on BPI, Sentech, and SABC, Chairperson. Now, in terms of the presentation on BPI, there are risk factors that have been identified, Chair. The low employee morale, customer defections, inability for BPI to respond to rapid changes in the market and technology. The area, Chair, that I'm interested in, why the situation is like that, and also what is not coming up from the report. Are there any plans to address that in the form of mitigation? Because if you listen to Sentech presentation, there are risk factors in that entity. But what is good about the presentation, there are means of addressing those risks that have been identified. But in this case, there are no plans. Then coming to Sentech, the risks is around the loss of current customers and inability to acquire new customers. What are the causes for that, Chair? Because for us as a committee here to take an informed decisions or recommendations, we must know exactly what are the problems. And of course, in the Sentech as well, there are no plans to address this risk. And the last one is SABC. In the presentation, Chair, around the risk factors is inability of SABC to achieve annual targets revenue. What are the causes for that? Inadequate compelling content, inability to recruit and retain competent workforce. And the last one, improper governance practices. What are the causes for that? And also, what are the plans within the department, within the entity to address those risks? Then the last issue for SABC, Chair, in terms of the AG findings, possible even other institutions like SIU, Forensic Investigation Unit, as well as Public Protector. What plans are there within the entity to address those findings? I think, Chair, so far, those are the questions that I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Basop. I now recognize Honorable Malatsi. You can now proceed. Malachi.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. I've been beset by poor connectivity, so I'm going to ask not to put my video on. But I'll start where Dr. Basopu finished with regards to the findings, particularly by the AG. The target there is to resolve at least 80% of those in the document. And Chair, I think given the seriousness of those findings, if you go into the previous year's findings by the AG, I think it is far too modest to resolve to settle 80% of those findings, given the seriousness of those. And, in reality is that we should aim to resolve all the findings that the AG raises, because those impact on, the financial performance of the SABC, but also on the ramifications that it has in terms of the financial feasibility and all the other ethical questions that it raises. The second one will be to limit my questions on the SABC, because the colleagues have covered other areas that I wanted to highlight. I'm very curious to establish the reasons for the growth of the budget, the marketing budget for the SABC for the 2020-22 financial year to the 23 financial year. It's at 38,903. And then if you look in terms of the amount, what it increases to in the 2023 financial year to the 2024 financial year, there's an increase of 277%. So I think it will also be useful towards the committee in order to understand what informs the logic of that ballooning increase. If, the delegation can take us into confidence into elaborating what are the reasons that attract such a massive increase towards the marketing of the entity? And lastly, I just have a pointed question with regards to the acquisition of new sports rights. The target there is 4. I'm not asking them to get into the value of those sports rights, but in which areas are being targeted to acquire those sports rights, because the target has been identified as 4. And as it is just dry. It is a figure without giving a sense that these are the new areas SABC Sport is trying to venture into as part of its growth and maximizing revenue. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Malachi. And I'll recognize Honorable Becker.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks very much. Maybe let me start by greeting all my colleagues in the meeting and the officials who are present. And also let me thank the opportunity that the Chair maybe is giving us in order to engage all these reports. And also, secondly, let me appreciate to all these presentations that they have been made, although we are having some concerns. Maybe, Chair, we will try at all costs to engage and also to raise in those challenges that we are saying we need to get maybe a seeking clarity question. Chair, on my side, I'm having also, but before I can go on, Chair, let me also appreciate and say well done also on the side of Umama Umajozi. We are fully supporting her, and also I hope the Parliament will just give her that special leave, because now she is going to bring the most important gift in the world, Chair. So, Chair, let me continue. I would have questions maybe on the side of the ICASA, and also I would have on the side of SAPO and also FPB. But also let me say, in all these entities, Chair, we are fully much aware that they've managed to have these targets that they are putting on the table, and we are expecting actually the site to say now they are going to deliver. It won't have some stories or issue when now we are expecting, because indeed they've managed to sit down and strategize to say how best they can bring a service to our country, Chair. So let me say, just go straight on the side of ICASA. Maybe on the side of ICASA, Chair, can maybe the Chair or DM also just to elaborate on that side, because we are very much appreciating if ICASA managed to work on the issue of the litigation. As we know that when coming to those sides of litigations, it also takes a huge amount of money that maybe can play a role on the side of delivery. Can maybe just elaborate to say how best he managed also just to engage in order that they can come with some fruitful results, as they say they've managed to engage one another, and it shows that the direction is there and it's positive results. And also on the side of the spectrum, as we know that it was years and years when they were trying just to engage with these other industries in order that they can manage to deliver the issue of spectrum. Let me come also on the side of FPB. I would like just to understand that how was the 60% customer satisfaction achieved, and what is the challenge now in achieving actually the exact 100%, because they've managed to reach that one of 60%. And also maybe let me come to the side of SAPO. We know that when coming to SAPO, this is a core function actually on the side of the entity that goes straight to the community, and not only just the community. In all these different types of communities, and worst part of all, SAPO is focusing also because we want to have this interest of saying, we know that that's where they even managed to arrive on the deep rural areas on the side of service delivery. So we are saying right now they've managed to have this turnaround strategy. They've managed to plan in order that they can be assisted, and they are giving us the challenges actually in order to attend whatever challenges that they are encounter. Because we are saying when they are raising this one key thing, that's the thing that would make them to be assisted, to make them to be out of the ICU, to make them to manage to reach the whole country as it is on the side of delivery. They are raising the issue of being giving the side of the budget, because it is not enough in order to manage to have a delivery to all over the country. So I'm saying, or also I'm just putting on the table to say, let the committee, as we are playing an oversight, try to assist on the side of a post office, just to see how best can we assist them, as we have managed to assist the SABC. Even here we are saying, let the committee play that role in order to engage the National Treasury, just to see how best can they also speed up, because they have raised to say if they can't being assisted on time, then a crisis is there on the side of SAPO. So I'm saying we are listening to SAPO as they are presenting. And also we need just to play our role as the committee in order that we can assist the side of SAPO. But what I would like also just to raise, Chair, is on the side of SABC. As you can hear, the DM is raising the issue of say, this was the last year on the side of being assisted, as we've managed to give 3.2 billion to SABC. Can they just assure us to say, as we are also fully much aware that this is especially on the side of the board to say, this is their last year as we are facing the October month. Can they convince us to say the work that they have played in order to cover whatever with that amount that we have managed just to assist them on the side of playing an oversight in order that they must perform their duties? Are they convincing us to say, even if it is their last term, are they saying going forward, the SABC would manage just to be sustainable, or are they saying somehow they are still having some challenges in order that we can see now the SABC running its own finances, not being assisted by the government as they have promised to us to say, whilst we are giving them that amount, at the end of the day, delivery will be successfully and they will manage just to see on the side of the budget of the SABC improving. I thank you, Chair. Those are the questions that I wanted just to ask to those entities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kubeka. I take it that Honorable Malachi, that's a legacy hand. I can now recognize Honorable.
It was right there.
All right. Honorable Mulala, you are recognized. Can proceed.
Thanks, Chairperson, and good day to all the members of the committee. I just have a few brief questions that I needed to ask. The first one relates to ICASA. As much as I also second the ANC whip on the issue of congratulating them on reducing the litigation cost. But I'm interested in knowing what is the type of compromise they reached, because has it not compromised the mandate broadly in terms of what the government wanted to achieve in terms of spectrum? That would be my first question. The second one will relate to SAPO. As we all know that SAPO is a community-based service. I have not heard in all their presentation how they integrate with the district model, so that we know how they in terms of reporting service delivery in our district, what is the role of SAPO there? And the second question would relate to their financial status, because the last time we discussed SAPO, there were quite serious issues about the sustainability of the institution itself. Now, how far are they? Are they improving? What is the status now? And then the last question will be to SABC, because I understand they had some differences with the minister and the differences were resolved. But the actual facts of their differences they have not been formally presented so that we know both arguments. We are not saying they must restart the disagreement. All we're saying is we also need to understand what specific issues they were differing about, and the fact that the others withdraw the letter and so on does not necessarily say the problem has been solved. It simply says they might have reached some compromise, but what are the issues? Because they might arise again, the same issues going forward. So unless we know and we are able to then cement and understand how they reached the compromise, that will help the community to understand where they are now. Thanks, Chair. I think those are my only questions.
Thank you, Honorable Mulala. I'm sure the Deputy Minister and the team would be able to respond to the questions asked. Of course, depending on the responses, I may want to reinforce some of the questions raised so that we are clearer as we would be moving towards a conclusion of the meeting. But let me allow for this round of questions that we get responses. Deputy Minister will guide on how the entities would also maybe respond to specific questions or take them. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think let's allow the entities to respond to the questions raised by honourable members, and I think I'll come at the end. All the entities are represented in this meeting, Chair. So let's get this CASA. I'm sure the chairperson is on the platform. FPB, SAPO, SABC. There's a question for the SABC, and there's specific questions to BBI from Dr. Basobo, and to Sentech. So if we can allow, let's allow them to respond, Chair, and then I'll come at the end. Maybe let's start with the CASA, and followed by SABC, FPB, SAPO, BBI, and lastly Sentech.
There's also USAASA on the targets.
Oh yes. USAASA as well. So USAASA will be the last there. Dr. Mudimweng, are you on the platform?
Thank you very much. Greetings, Honorable Chair of the session, Honorable Chairman Eli, Honorable Deputy Minister, and all the honorable members of Parliament present today. Firstly, I think thanks for the compliments on the achievement that the authority, was able, through the support of other stakeholders, the department and so forth, were able to register the licensing of the high demand spectrum through an auction. The first question is from Honorable Bodlani. Around, it's more of a concern around the high staff turnover. It is indeed a concern. You are right, Honorable Member, but it is not a new situation. I think almost over the past 7 years or so, in the reports that we have been presenting before the Portfolio Committee, there has been this concern of a high staff turnover. And it is occasioned by the reality that ICASA is somewhat of a training ground for industry. We are a fast-paced working environment. I think our annual performance speaks for itself. We really try as much as possible to pride ourselves in the work we do. But unfortunately, what that does is that it creates a fertile ground for industry to then take, our well-refined human capital, offer big rewards, which we are not in a position to match. If you go today, Honorable Member, to all the leading telcos, to the leading broadcasters in this country, you will battle not to find someone who has occupied a meaningful role at the CASA, regardless of what their position or level was. It is a fact, and we are about to see this happen, even much more in a pronounced manner, simply because of the harsh realities of where we are. At the level of the executive, there have been, curtailed salary increases. I'm talking about EXCO, not the board per se. I think in our case, it's been 3 years, but I'm referring to EXCO, which by its very nature, it used to be obvious in the past that when a term of office of an executive ends, automatically you knew that particular ExCo member will apply. But it's no longer the case, which continues to produce and create this brain drain. So it is a fact. We do note that concern. It is not misplaced in any way, but unfortunately, patriotism, we have learned through the passage of time that it can only take, our employees so far. But then once they are confronted by the structural economic realities, they end up, for growth and other things, taking other opportunities, which they continue to get on a monthly basis. So that's just the reality, Honorable Member Patlani. Thank you. Honorable Kubeka, as well as Honorable Molala, I think your inputs are more or less aligned. It's around the spectrum auction and the kind of settlement we arrived at. I think I first have to just, help, and maybe this question is coming up in an open platform, in a meeting of Parliament, that all the settlement grounds that ICASA has entered into with Telkom are public knowledge. So there is no other ground that Telkom or ICASA have agreed to that is by any way secretive or has not been communicated publicly. I will reiterate those grounds, but I just want us to know that we reached a settlement with Telkom only on the two grounds that I'm about to mention. And before I just mentioned those, it's also important, Honorable Molala, you made a point that perhaps in the process of settling, we did not make compromises that may not necessarily, be helpful perhaps in the long run. I'm just paraphrasing. We haven't. When we went into auction, we had estimated that we will raise 8 billion rands. The auction fetched 14.4 billion rands with an unsold lot 9, which had spectrum in the 800 band and had a reserve price of about 1 billion rands. So we were estimating 8 billion rands. We gathered almost double that. On top of it, there is still an unsold lucrative band of sub 1 gig spectrum, which had a reserve price of more or less about 1 billion rands. So just based on this reality that I have just mentioned, the country is in a far better position than it could have been even if we had sold everything, including the unsold lot 9, and fetched 8 billion rands. So definitely we haven't. The two grounds of settlement is that this unsold lot, we will issue an information memorandum by no later than end of June 2022 to solicit public input as well as stakeholder comment and lead us towards a process of licensing this unsold spectrum. That's the first and main ground of settlement. And this consultative process is not only about Telkom, it's about all interested stakeholders, anyone who would want to participate in the process. It's an open, transparent, fair process. The second ground is that ICASA should look into what is called the secondary, spectrum market. All these spectrum arrangements, which are around either sharing, roaming, pooling, and all other spectrum, perhaps synchronized arrangements. We agreed to look into it, but in any event, we were looking into it in line with the mobile broadband service inquiry. We took our findings, we released our findings about over a month ago, and one of the cardinal pillars of our findings is that we need to take the process further and look into this market. So these are the only two conditions. There is no other condition. There is nothing hidden about the settlement. It was just as a result of ICASA's philosophy of mediating through litigation. Even when there is an active litigation on the table, we try at all costs to look at any possible ways of settling this. Because you are right, Honorable Kubeka, we use taxpayers' money to litigate. So much as we are very resolute We carry the courage of conviction to defend all our decisions. We are, of course, mindful that we cannot just sit in courts all willy-nilly and, incur legal costs, even in instances where we should be able to find each other with our opposing parties. So I think this takes care of the questions posed to ICASA. We will, of course, continue to see this new process that's about to unfold. We will see to its logical conclusion. And this is not only about the unsold at the auction, it's also about any other available spectrum. We are busy conducting a proper audit to check which other spectrum assets are available to take into this process. This spectrum that I'm talking about excludes the WOAN, the Wireless Open Access Network. It's excluded. We are not, just to place it on record and avoid misinformation, ICASA is not about to auction spectrum that belongs to the WOAN. ICASA did not auction any spectrum that had been set aside for the WOAN. Cabinet took a decision to temporarily suspend the WOAN policy directive so that there can be further consultations with members of the public and all interested stakeholders so that we can enhance collectively the policymaker, the regulator, and everyone who's interested. We can enhance the WOAN business case. So there are no grounds for unnecessary apprehension. We do not have to be apprehensive. If anything, we need to all participate in the public platforms that are set out to assist the process going forward. WOAN spectrum is still set aside. ICASA has settled on the grounds I have mentioned, and there is nothing else that was a ground of settlement other than what I have mentioned. Honorable Chairman Evi and honorable members, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Mudimoy. Can we have the SABC?
Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, honorable members, Deputy Minister, colleagues from other entities, colleagues from the Department of Communication, and all the people that are participating on the platform. I will address the two questions, one by Honorable Mulala and the other one that was raised by Honorable Gubega. Maybe let me start with the question that relates to what Honorable Mulala had asked, trying to get an essence of what was the disagreement between the SABC board and the minister. In essence, there was really no disagreement, but what effectively happened as the SABC, we've been in engagement with the minister on the ASO, specifically looking at the pace of registration and the installation. And both the board of the SABC and the minister are fully aligned on the importance of protecting the audiences for the SABC, because our ability to turn around the SABC really hangs on us being able to protect the audiences that we have, but also to grow them where possible. And that was the essence of the matter between us as the minister. So we had to engage with the minister and ensure that we are able to find a solution and alignment between us and the minister to ensure that the concerns raised are attended to, but at the same time as the SABC, we play our role that is expected of us as the public broadcaster. But also there is an expectation from the SABC to also look at both the opportunities and the risk, of course, presented by the digital migration, which mean that, for example, when it comes to compelling content, when it comes to us making sure that we mobilize people to register and to take up the opportunities that are presented by digital migration, that as the public broadcaster, we play our role. Of course, Scientech is the one tasked with the responsibility of a set-top box rollout, a registration and installation. So in essence, that was the issue. We met with the minister, we spoke, we found each other, and that talks to the question by Honorable Mulana. There's a question that was asked by Honorable Gubega about, as the SABC, are we confident that as the SABC we have turned the corner? And I do want to confidently say that if the operational and the regulatory and policy matters are fully addressed, SABC will be on solid ground. And why I'm touching on those, the turnaround strategy needs to be fully harnessed and implemented and embedded for it to really to bear the fruits that it promises. But SABC has suffered for a number of decades the challenges that talks to the unfair regulatory and policy framework that supports and in a way advance the dominant players at the expense of the public broadcaster. And as the SABC, we've raised quite a number of issues that talks to what needs to be addressed for the public broadcaster to be protected and for our democracy to be advanced. One of those, we've spoken about the household levy, which of course the indigents will be exempt from paying. We've also proposed that dominant player also play a role in the collection of that public levy, which will assist the SABC as one form of funding. We've also raised challenges when it comes to unfunded mandate, which runs into billions. The truth of the matter is, even if you turn around the SABC fully, but if the unfunded mandate question is not addressed, SABC financial viability will always be a challenge. And we've also raised that as something that needs to be attended to. We appreciate the exemptions that we've been given on the Public Finance Management Act, which will help us speed up the process of procuring compelling content, because SABC somehow gets affected by the red tape and the constraints that blocks us from taking advantage of some opportunities that we get presented with. And we operate in a very competitive environment. Some of people that organizations will compete with don't have the constraints that we have, and they get to the best products before we can be in a position to close those deals. So the Minister of Finance, with the support of our Minister, they've been able to help us get that exemption for a year, which will assist us a lot. But of course, I do want to assure the committee and the members that we've not fully exhausted the allocation that was given to us to procure quality and compelling content. And we are of the view that as the executives continue to look for compelling and quality content, we will be able to bridge that gap and have the content that is compelling, that can inspire confidence from the advertisers and from our audiences, and really get the SABC numbers to stabilize and to grow. So those are the questions that I wanted to deal with as the chair of the board. And I would want to hand over to the Group CEO, Madoda Agwe, who will then deal with the other question. He will immediately be followed by Ms. Yolanda van Billion, who is our CFO. If the chair allows me, I would want to hand over to the Group CEO.
CEO, please. Group CEO.
Oscar. Try now.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, honorable members. I will deal with a few questions, and I will start with the first one from Honorable Mbele on the issues around the increase, the significant increase in marketing spend. This is largely due to the fact that it's really from a very low base. We have spent many years not investing behind our brands. And the reason why you see that jump is because we want to make sure that we can build brand equity. We want to ensure that we can properly market our brands. We have 19 radio stations and our television channels. For us to build the required audience growth, it's to ensure that we can properly market our channels. But what is also important is that by marketing those channels, it will help us to ensure that we increase not just audience ratings,
but also to make sure that we can increase revenue generation. So that is really the reason why you see the jump. And as I said, for years, we have not been able to invest in marketing activities. Honorable Dr. Pasopu, in terms of the sales, we have developed very robust and aggressive sales models that really deal directly with the need to accelerate revenue generation. And in the past fiscal, for example, you may have seen we did record profitability in 2 different quarters, which is really proof that these models are beginning to show the required traction. And I think what is even more important is that all of this growth was done in a very constrained macroeconomic environment. In terms of the other risks that Dr. Pasopu has highlighted, the first one for us has been the macro impact, the macroeconomic impact of COVID. Liquor brands, for example, have not been able to advertise with the SABC like they would ordinarily do, and they've done in the past. And this cost us over 160 million in investment. The second one, outdoor broadcasting was also not able to be viable owing to all of the restrictions because of COVID. That on its own cost the SABC over 60 million. And the fact that we did not have live sports events also cost us in the region of about 50 million. And these are all advertising spend that should have been part of the forecast for the SABC. Then the big one for us has been the audience decline, particularly in the classic revenue. And this really cost us close to over about 600 million. And because there's always a correlation between positive ARs as well as revenue growth. But I think what is important is that the new strategy and the new structure and the new target operating model that we implemented is really beginning to show traction from a sales point of view. And we do believe that going forward, this would really significantly help us. The other question by Honorable Dr. Pasopu was on content. You may recall that our license conditions, they do determine the genre of content that we broadcast in just to give you a sense, broadcasting in prime time, about 63% of that is determined by those licensing conditions, whereas our competitors, they have an edge on us. They can actually broadcast whatever they like. And from the SABC point of view, we're always restricted by those licensing conditions, to the point that the chairperson made earlier. What has really helped us now is that we have been given the exemption by National Treasury, and we're able to ensure that we procure the required compelling content. Just to also give you a sense, in the past 2 quarters, we have been able to procure over 163 new programs, and these are going to help us to ensure that we increase our audience ratings, and also to ensure that from a growth point of view on revenue, that will help. And tying to the point that Honorable Mbele made earlier, it is very important for us to invest the required marketing spend behind these brands in order to build equity, in order to make sure that there's top of mind awareness when it comes to our programs, and really generate the required audience growth. So those are the questions that I would have wanted to deal with. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chairperson of the committee and committee members and others on the platform. I will just speak to one particular finding, and then here and there maybe just add in my understanding of other questions. I'm going to deal with the audit findings in particular, just to state that we are on track and to meet and exceed again the target for a resolution of audit findings for the year 2021 that we're currently concluded on the audit findings on. In the last 2 periods, we have consistently achieved upwards of 90% of resolution of findings, but there are findings that are, for example, system related and that were policy related, that were multi-year findings. That's why we opt to go for an 80% resolution rate on average. But we have systems in place currently. It's automated tracking systems that ensure that audit findings get the attention that they need. There's also various reporting mechanisms that ensures relevant oversight right up to a board level takes place on these findings. There was a question around sports rights that is on our predetermined objectives. Our focus will always be on sports rights of national interest, and as such, no doubt that is the kind of sports rights that will be required. And then I think there was a question around the risk to employee attraction. I dare say in the market that we are in, supply and demand is not matched, and we therefore, as an SOE, and noting the constraints, which was also referred to by another speaker on this platform, have to compete with big private nationals, etc., for the same skills that they also want. And unfortunately, our purse is not necessarily as deep as theirs. I think those were the questions I briefly wanted to deal with. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Can you get the other entity? If you can just try to also maximize time.
Can we get FPB?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, Deputy Chair, and colleagues from other entities. From our side, the Chairperson of the Council is not here, she's traveling, so she asked that I represent her. And with the permission of the Chair, there is the CEO here, and I will ask him to respond to the two questions that have been posed on us. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, honorable members and Deputy Minister, for the opportunity. There are two questions. The first question was asked by Honorable Bumbo related to strategic partnerships, as well as the monitoring value thereof. On our partnerships comprises two areas.
Amuluka, can you switch on your camera? Or your problem of connectivity?
On my side, it says it's on. Can you see me?
I can't see you, but I don't know about other members. Your video is there are no visuals on the screen. Can't see you. Okay, maybe in the interest of time, just proceed, Dr. Bulu.
Thank you very much, TM. I don't know, on my side, because it says it's fine. But anyway, our partnership comprises two areas. The first area is what we call non-regulatory functions. These are areas where we raise public awareness, and we do a lot of public education on the work that we do. In there, the partnerships that we have are with Childline South Africa. It's around the protection of children. Childline in South Africa, but there's no rent value sent there, just on the partnerships around the mandate that we have on children protection. Then the second area is with regard to an organization called International Association of Internet Hotlines. It's again on the same function related to children protection against abuse material. That is the amount that we pay per annum is 6,300 euros in membership fees. If you translate that into rent, it's going to give you around 100,000 rand. That is insofar as the non-regulatory function partnerships are concerned. But there are others that we are pursuing. And then the other area that is linked to that is on enforcement. This is where we require the police services as well as the MPA to assist us with the enforcement of the mandate. And because they are local, there's no rent or money that is being paid in respect of that relationship. Then the other second critical area, which is called regulatory function, is the work that we do due to technological overlaps. And we work with the regulators locally. You got your USAASA, your ZADNA, your information regulator. And then continentally, obviously, we have similar organizations too, because the mandate that they perform is transnational. There are no exchange of money in there at all, because it's kind of working in complementary and collaborative manner to ensure that the mandate that we have, which is transnational, is executed. In relation to the question by Honorable Kubeka around the 60% customer levels, you recall that over the years, the FPB has been having a narrow mandate on classification. Now, with the commencement of the mandate of the Amendment Act on the 1st of March, that mandate is increased threefold. Now we are in a transitional phase where in which we are really transforming the organization. That's why, as the DM indicated, our strategic focus area number 1 relates to organizational transformation. What does that mean?
Tanya?
It actually means building in resources, building in tools, and building in regulatory instrument to ensure that it forms as a fully fledged regulator.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I can hear you clearly and I can see you.
So that 6%
Thank you so much, Tanya.
It is the baseline drawn from the historical narrow mandate. But moving forward, our understanding this year is that let's try to build this organization as the fully fledged regulator. Whatever that we can do that. But moving forward, if you look at our strategic plan for the medium term, that figure is going to increase significantly, because from next year we have built in resources, the requisite resources to be able to move to the next level. So next year or the years after, that satisfaction level is set to increase. That the one that we've set for this year is so that while we are transforming this organization as the future regulator, we should be able to ensure that customers are satisfied with the work that we do. It will help us to improve moving forward and identify the regulatory pressure points, because it's a totally new area, unlike some of our sister organizations like ICAS. We've been doing this for over a long period of time. Thank you very much, Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Dr. Moloka. Can we have the South African Post Office?
All right. Sorry for the delay. Thank you very much, Chair and members. 2 questions were noted. One was from Honorable Kubeka, and it was around the funding, the post office funding. I guess we can only align with the sentiments and the hope embedded in that comment that was made. That the post office can only really move forward with an injection. And we are hopeful, and all the signs are that there is understanding for that position that will be realized in actual injection itself. And then there was also a question around let me just see if I got it right here. For the district development model, yes. And on that one, we have already identified 3 areas, being Mthatha, Durban, and Mokopane, which is part of the SA Connect project. And this will be rolled out to the entire country over time. And those are the 2 questions that we noted. And I don't know if the CEO might want to supplement or augment something to those responses. Thank you very much.
Chair, thank you very much. There is no supplementation. You have covered the questions sufficiently. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Majumbos and the CEO. Can we move to PPI? Is the chair of the board present? CEO?
Yes, I am present, DM. Greetings to the honorable members and all the colleagues in the House. Yes, we have noted the question from the honorable members. I will deal slightly with the moratorium as one of the problems that would lead to the low staff morale, as it has been evidenced. As a board, we have requested the exit interviews from the senior staff members who have left, and that's how the low staff morale has been brought to our attention. So the intention is that we engage the minister, DM, to see how we can mitigate and maybe allow for appointments of specific positions whilst the measure is pending, because even the type of recruitment we're doing now is quite burdensome on the fiscus of the organization, because we have to pay the headhunting fees to companies and we have to use the procurement processes. So the CEO will deal with the mitigation factors that are on page, on the 31st slide, and maybe touch on other mitigation factors that we have factored in as a board. Thank you, CEO. Can you take over? Thanks.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, DM and members of the committee. I will touch on the other two issues that were raised by Honorable Basopi. The first one being on customer defections. The primary cause of customer defections is network underperformance in some parts of the country, and the biggest contributor to that network underperformance is vandalism and theft of infrastructure. And the mitigation step that we take is to find redundant routes, backup routes, so that when you have a breakage on route A, you can divert the data traffic onto the second route. And linked to those redundant routes is the issue of being able to invest in our infrastructure. And for that, the funding initiatives that DCDT mentioned when they were summarizing our presentation, those are some of the steps that we will be taking to mitigate the risk of customer defections. Then the last question was around inability to respond to changes in the market. That also is a function of historical underinvestment in our network. So we have not been able to keep up with the type of solutions that are evolving in the market. The mitigation step there, we have a detailed network investment strategy, which is included in the corporate plan that we have submitted, so that as we invest in the network, we modernize it and we increase the solutions that we are offering to the market. And tied to that is the issue of partnerships that we form with resellers and other providers of technology, so that we can package those into BBI offerings to the market. I will leave it there, Chairperson and DM. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO and the Chair. Can we move to Sentech? Is the Sentech leadership on the platform?
Oh, apologies. I switched on the video without switching on the sound. Apologies. And thank you, DM, and also honorable members. I'll speak at a high level on the question of the loss of customers that we've had, because that talks directly to one of our key priorities, which is revenue diversification. Because coming out of analog switch off, there's been a decline in our revenue, but you would have seen on our APP that we have priorities that includes new customers in some of our new platforms, such as OTT. Included in there also is a number of innovations that we'll be bringing on board to ensure that this particular risk is mitigated. I would want to invite the CEO to add to this particular point. CEO, you can come in.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon to the Chairperson of the committee. I would like to just add, I think, Chair, you've covered a number of these issues, but the point I would like to emphasize is that the risk that we had identified as part of the digital infrastructure that we have set up is that we may not be able to fully utilize that infrastructure for reasons of the fact that we are only supplying services to the wholesale market, meaning that there is a limited number of broadcasters who are licensed. So digital infrastructure has got sufficient capacity to take more broadcasters. So that's really the risk that we've identified. What are we doing about it? I think the Chair has raised some of the mitigating factors, and we continue to manage our customers so that they stay on our network and then not leave us to go and establish their own infrastructure. I think, Chair, that's all we can say about the question that has been raised on the risk of losing customers. But we continue to make sure that as an organization, we are evolving away from, or this in addition to being a signal distributor, to being an entity that provides broadband and using wireless technologies, and thus adding new customers in that area of business and opportunity. Thank you very much, Chair and members.
Thank you, CEO, and thank you, the Chair of the Board. The first appearance of the Chairperson of the Board since announcement is his appointment. Welcome, Chair. We move to USAASA, which I think will be the last. I haven't picked up any questions for the other entities. Is USAASA on the platform?
Yes, Chair, we are. The Chairperson just joined, and I then think that it was only right that I then just take the question because the Chairperson wasn't here for the question. The question, thank you, DM. The question was relating to the risk target that we have set out. The risk target in its nature is cumulative. So bearing in mind that we are focusing on reducing and maintaining the risk profile by 60% at the end of the year. And Q2, we have detail to say to achieve the 40% risk implementation. And then that risk will then move, or the percentage will move through the 2 other quarters, leading to that 60% that the member had seen. Chair, so we could not also include all the risks. So the risks are of strategic nature, and that is why that we have then said that there is that 60%. Considering the fact that also the dissolution, we've highlighted some risks there, and we are managing those risks, and the implementation thereof, as per the target, also indicates that we will be tracking the dissolution and all the risks associated with it. So it is a cumulative target and it is 60%. I'm sure I was then able to cover that DM.
Okay, thank you very much.
TM, I'm sorry to disturb. I know that it is on the agenda, the revised targets for USAASA. So I know that you also have not tabled it. So therefore, Chair will be guided by you, DM, with regards to the revised target. Thank you. The revised APP.
Okay, thank you very much, Acting CEO. Chair, we haven't picked up any questions for the other entities, so we'll just proceed just to wrap up on the responses. I think with regard to the contents of the presentation as raised by Honorable Botlane, I think the information that we were sharing with yourselves is information that we've received from the entities, and it's information that has been also circulated to yourselves. So what we're simply doing was to just summarize that information. So it's the same information we have that is in the packages that members have received. However, if there are any specific areas that the honorable member would like to raise, she can bring that to our attention. I think we can deal with that. Just on 2 points. First is on ICASA's conclusion of the spectrum and finalization of the litigation. I think we must applaud the authority, ICASA, for having finalized the allocation of the spectrum through the auction process that was publicly conducted. The litigation that was instituted by Telkom, it posed a significant risks to the auction process that was finalized. And so the fact that there was an agreement between the parties, it's a matter which amended. We must commend the ICASA for having finalized, because it then removed that lingering risks which continue to exist over the finalization of the spectrum. And I think we can all move forward with that certainty having been established through this finalization of the litigation, which is a matter that I think we must commend ICASA for having done that. The last point which I would like to just emphasize is I think what appeared in the public space to be differences between the minister and the SABC, which is a matter that is regrettable, because sufficient channels exist within the department and the portfolio for those kind of differences to be resolved, to be raised firstly with the ministry and then to be resolved and to be attended to. So a number of platforms exist, including the steering committee, which is chaired by the minister, that is dealing with these matters of digital migration. So the specific issues, I think the chair has responded to it, that it was really about the broadcast digital migration and the accelerated process of switching off analog signal distribution. which is a matter that has been in the public domain. I think the president in the last SONA, not the one that was rendered the previous one. The 31st of March as a deadline for the country to migrate is a matter that was publicly pronounced, so it remains a policy position of government that we need to migrate. And so it has got, that migration has got some implications, which implications obviously will arise as and when we do the switch off, and it's a matter that has to be handled and managed. It's just regrettable that the matter got to be handled in that way. I think it should have been handled differently. Chair, I think from us, that therefore then concludes our responses to all the questions, and I think the entities have really responded. And let's also take this opportunity to welcome the support that we are receiving from the members with regard to our ongoing quest to salvage the South African Post Office and to make sure that there is money allocated for that. As I said, the necessary pronouncements will be made by the Minister of Finance. Thank you very much, Chair, and over to you.
No, thank you, Deputy Minister and the team. Like I said, I would wait for the responses and see if we need to just strengthen some of the questions asked, so that at the end, when we make a summary to close, we're quite clear. Maybe let's start there with SAPO. I think if you take the questions raised on SAPO, in particular by Honorable Mulala, I think it's more really to get clarity here so that we know what to also communicate. Firstly, whether there's an agreement between the department or the ministry with SAPO on its corporate plan, which is about the post office of building the post office of the future. And if there's that agreement, firstly, does that mean the figures that we are presented, because it's what we are approving, are these based on just the assumptions that there would be approval, or these are figures that have been secured, so that we know whether this plan is solemnly dependent on that you are waiting for from the Minister of Finance. I think that will help the committee to also know what other support is needed from the committee to get this going, like Honorable Kubeka would have said about the SABC. But also just to indicate whether it is just the issue about the finances, or this would need a mediator in the form of a transaction advisor, so that at least we know whether there are such conditionalities that Treasury is looking at imposing, like it has happened before, and that would have delayed the release of the funds when we're looking at that one. Because we needed to satisfy those conditions before the funds are released. Looking at the dire situation at SAPO, what is there? Are there those expectations? So if you can speak to that, as I said, I was just strengthening the point already raised by Honorable Mulala and Honorable Kubeka, even though she was raising it on the SABC. But I think the other point that must be a bit clearer, if you look at the analog switch off, the SABC talks to 100% because this is based on collaboration with Sentech in its report. But if you go to the report on Sentech and talk to the set of boxes that need to be connected, this is now spread over a number of quarters. And the question would be, in any way, the planning was that the switch off will be end of March. And if you are talking 2022, 2023, and still spread it in the different quarters, what does that mean to the dates that have been agreed upon, including the ruling of the court on the matter? I think it's important because then it communicates whether there's readiness in this regard or not. So if you can just speak to that so that we don't come back again and have problems on whether the SABC audience will be lost or not. So I'm just saying from a programming point of view, that's what I picked up on the Sentech one, which relates directly to the SABC, but again, relates to the court decision. So if you can at least give an indication on that, what exactly are we dealing with there? USAF, there was also an issue about the financial model. But when you then look at second quarter, third quarter going forward, there's nothing listed on what the activities are. More like it is just about the approval of a financial model, but how it gets implemented, not there. And that financial model, in our view, it's important, especially if you talk the subsidized market, as to what the future would be like in maintaining. And we have asked this question to yourself, that it's good to install now the technology get obsolete at the end, but the status of some of the indigent people that government needed to assist may not change. So we'll be interested in that financial model, but also what happens in the other quarters, because USAF would probably be the funding structure you have, irrespective of change of name or what the law will provide. But from a point of funding, that's your source of funding in that regard. And this then speaks to be on the side of USAASA too, which we know will be winding up. But a way of summing up a message for those that may not need government subsidy, how they get to migrate. And some of them, you'll find that they are readily available in terms of what they have, but they may not be aware because the education awareness has not been that intensified. So there's that element too. So I'm just saying we may need some responses on those so that we know what we are communicating out there. Maybe the other point, BBI, you may want to come to is that in the actual presentation we've given, when it gets to SMMEs, as well as bringing companies, the BEE companies, there is the problem there again. You look at the baseline information that you give us, it's either you maintain it, let's say if you say only 40%, you maintain that throughout, like it was in the previous year. And then in some instances, you'd say you'd have achieved 105%, but you're now reducing it when it gets to bringing in SMMEs to a lower percentage. Now, from a transformation point of view, what does that mean? Because these are mostly the privilege disadvantage that you need to bring on board, but you're also about changing the structure of the economy. And that's why we had those policies. So instead of taking them up to another level, you either maintain or you would want to reduce those numbers. I think we must say what is the message, and I think for me that message will DM speak to all entities, including the department, that as we set the targets, other than meeting the requirements of the Auditor General, that you'll have clean audits, other than saying the target has been met and therefore budget spent, we should still answer the question, what has been the impact of this in changing the lives of the people on the ground? So that we do not throw money to problems, but we do not see that they are resolving the challenges that our people are faced on the ground. So I think that question will still need to be answered as we do our oversight, so that when you say 80% has been achieved, but has it changed the lives of people in the area that was targeted for such a service? So I'm just saying it's generally a question that should be answered over and above the compliance matters that you'd expect from Auditor General and so on. And that's what we'll talk to developmental state in a true sense, that it can't just be about those compliance matters. But if you do an impact assessment, socially, economically, and otherwise, the people must see that difference. Maybe the last 2 points will be on the department. Again, clarify this point so that we know how to measure the work done by ICASA. In the input you made, I think that was outcome 4 of the department. In the input you made, you would have then said, as it relates to the cost of communication, that relates to data costs and so on, it's the implementation of the Competitions Commission report, right? So I think we may need clarity on that, because that report has long been released. But what we have understood at the time was that ICASA was already involved in the market, in the data market inquiry. And of course, the tools that get applied compared to what the Commission would have looked at would mean that they have to look at it from a point of sustainability, and that's why it would also look at the market, right? So whether then that would have been dropped on the basis that because there's this one, and there is anyway a memorandum of understanding between ICASA and the Commission, that we now look at that, and that data market inquiry is no longer an issue, right? I think we should know so that we know how to monitor that aspect, right? So in the presentation, it was put more like implementation of that Commission of Inquiry, that Competitions Commission report on data costs. So we should know this so that we also know where it's located and monitor the entity that has to implement that. So that was one. But still, again, I think outcome 3 would be, that was outcome 3. Outcome 4 would be on ICASA again. There is a point made there that you would look at monitoring this performance management system as it relates to the councillors. I think the first point for us would be to say, have you signed those contracts with ICASA, so that we know that the councillors have finally signed, and therefore there will be reason to put it as monitoring and evaluation of that. But it also talks to the other councillors that were waiting for just a sense of knowing that since Parliament would have approved a list of candidates as recommended, how far is that process and its implication in the stability of the entity in that regard. So as you respond now, I would want you to speak to those so that it helps in putting the summary on how we are taking the matters forward from the meeting today. Over to you there.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think this is quite a mouthful. It's quite a number of questions that you've raised. I think I'm going to request that probably the entities should come back again just to deal with the questions that have been raised by the Chair. We'll start with SAPO. And then we'll just follow like that, USAASA, BBI. I'm not sure whether the SABC can come back again. But there's also an issue about the installation of set-top boxes, which I think Sentech can talk to that. And then we'll deal with the other issues that the Chair has raised around the impact of our performance and how does it contribute to changing the lives of our people. Briefly, quickly, Chair, if we can just get the entities back to respond. May we request that please just be brief. SAPO, do you want to deal with the question about the figures that are presented here as the figures that will be required to sort of bail out the entity? Can we get the CO?
Thank you, and thank you to the Chair. I'd like to call upon Mr. Lenny Kanda, CFO, to respond to the question. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dan. So in terms of the SAPO's corporate plan, the SAPO's corporate plan has been approved by the SAPO board and also been approved by the department. And the financials have been aligned to the SAPO strategy. So the financials that we presented in this presentation and the corporate plan have all been aligned. And in terms of the funding, our understanding of the funding, the discussion with National Treasury, with the chairperson requested about the transactional advisor. So our understanding is there's no requirement for the transactional advisor at this stage. The question is about the terms of the transactional advisor. So Treasury has not imposed that condition of a transactional advisor, Chair, at this stage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who's next? I will come back to the issue about conditionalities, Chair, at the end. Can you get some, is it USAASA? Yes, I can see you.
Thank you, Chair. With regards to the disbursement of funds on the APP, the chairperson alludes to other quarters being left without addressing how we are going to ensure that there is prudence in the disbursement of funds. So just below that, the monitoring and evaluation on the migrated household, that's where it comes in, Chair, that we firstly have aligned with the department with regards to the percentages of the installations that will be conducted, and hence that leads to the 100%. However, then the assessment of the quarterly reports on the migrated households will be coming through from Q1 to all the way up to Q4. And that basically addresses the issue of how we are dispersing the funds and how we are then assessing those reports, because, Chair, it remains USAASA's responsibility to ensure that the households have been migrated properly and that the funds and that goes to the installations have been also managed properly. And we basically ensure that we are going to be paying only for, or will be funding only the households that have been migrated. So that's why it was then important for us to include that monitoring and evaluation target. It's a new target. We've included it because it then becomes very important for us to do these assessment reports to ensure that the disbursement of funds correlates with the work on the ground that has been done. So that exercise will continue from Q1 all the way to Q4 in alignment with whatever the Sentech will be installing respectively. I'm hoping that I have been able to answer that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Sentech.
Thanks very much, Justin. I think the issue raised around the STB installations on our APPs, we have put it as 100% installation of all the registered beneficiaries. And maybe this was linked to the target set by SABC, which was switch off. There's no contradiction in there. We're saying on our APP is that every registered beneficiary by the end of the financial year would have been installed 4 The numbers which are determined now, 507,000, those will be completed at the defined timeline, which is the end of June, obviously considering what's happened in KZN and in Eastern Cape. But any other beneficiaries will then get registered during the course of the financial year. Once that has been confirmed by USAASA, the funder of the project, and signed off, because they are the ones who do the registrations, Sentech will install for all those who have been registered by the end of the financial year. In as far as the issue of analog switch off, it is a collaborative project between ourselves and the broadcasters, and we always ensure that people will switch off SABC, let's go in this area. But I think we are all targeting the same deadlines which have been set by the courts as far as things stand today. Thank you, Chairperson. That's our response to the question on STB installations.
Okay. CEO, I don't know whether Tebogo is on the platform. Maybe if Tebogo can just add on the revised program for analog switch off. Is Mr. Leshope on the platform?
True, Mr. Leshope is on another STB meeting at the moment. He is not here. Apologies for that. Is there something else you want us to add to that?
No, I thought we can also just brief the members quickly on the revised program of the analog switch off. But it's
okay. DM, whilst the CEO is on the platform, because it would appear that it didn't get the question. All I'm saying is that in the presentation we have received, where it says Sentech has a total of 15 targets planned for 2022-2023 financial year. And I'm moving from an assumption that the understanding of the quotas in the 2022-2023 would mean that the first quarter would start from the 1st of April to the end of June. And if that's the case, then the second quarter will then be the other period. So I'm saying if you then look at it, it then says you are looking at 100% balance of set-top boxes installation of registered households, for which you are targeting 20% in quarter one, 40% in quarter two, and therefore you would look at 60% in quarter three, which will then get you to 100% in quarter four. So I was just saying, you need to explain that, because if you look at it from a point of time, it does question whether we are adhering. But it also questions whether in any way would have been ready to complete that by the end of March.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try to come in. Thanks for the clarification. CEO, you can also come in. But from the question you've asked, I think the key thing is we're certainly on target based on the program to ensure that by the 30th of June, the numbers of around 1.3 million that we registered on the 31st of October would be fully installed. Now, the key thing is there's been some, and that aligns to what the court order required of us to say by the 30th of June, all of those installations must be complete. And I think the CEO would also confirm there's a program that we're working on and we're on track to implement that. The second part, which is subsequent registrations. I mean, once in areas where we've switched off, there's been increase in the number of registrations. And the post-June installation is talking to particularly those numbers. And that's what in our plan, because of these continuous registrations as we switch off, we then saying the target is to ensure that 100% will certainly be done. But just to assure you, Chairperson and the honorable members, we are on track to ensure that the 30th of June target is certainly met. And we also are on track to ensure that as new registrations come on board, we respond appropriately to ensure that will be done. I think currently, based on the internal plan that we have, we're targeting to ensure that at least by Q3, some of those would be done. But because there's new registrations coming and they're increasing, and that's why in the APP we put it as such. Thank you, Chair. CEO, do you want to come in to add anything?
Yeah.
Yes, through you, Chairperson. I think the point we're trying to address on our APP is that we have a set target of 507,000, which must be done, and that's recorded in the court order. And that target has to be fulfilled by a set time. So that is a commitment to fulfill that 507,000. But the further commitment we're making is that in the financial year we are on now, we will install all the other new registrations by the end of the financial year. But it does not speak to the issue of inability to switch off, because we'll still be having new users, whether it be subsidized or unsubsidized. We'll still be having new users who are maybe buying set-top boxes when the market is ready for that. So, but all the registered STV beneficiaries would have been installed for by the end of the financial year. But we are, to emphasize the chairperson, board chairperson's point, we are on track to fulfill the requirements to install for the numbers that has been specified by the project and by the courts. Chairperson, I hope that assists in answering your question.
Comprehensive recovery.
Okay, I think let's move to BBI. CEO, can you come in?
Yes. Chair. So the issue of the socio-economic transformation targets versus the baseline. So on that specific target where we have 70% of the target is 70% of BEE spend in a particular financial year, when the baseline is 105%. The 105% is an exception based on the backlog of CAPEX that was not spent in a previous financial year. So we don't expect going forward to have another exception, and that's why we couldn't make the target at 105%. That's essentially the reason why the targets would seem to be lower than the previous financial year's baseline, Chairperson. We have taken note of the second part of the Chairperson's comment about an analysis of the impact of the socio and economic transformation targets that we are working on. And that's something that we will compile an analysis of that impact going forward. Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, CEO. Can we get somebody from the department in terms of the questions that were raised on the department's APP? I don't know whose branch. Mr. Shilembe, can you come in or direct who's relevant to respond to that question?
Thank you, DM. On the question on the cost to communicate, the policy branch will come in. But let me, whilst I'm still here, then address the issue relating to the ICASA performance management system. The question really was whether we have entered into those performance agreements with the councillors of ICASA already. And the answer is that is, in terms of our APP, that is the target for the first quarter of the year, that is between now and the end of June. The reason we made it a quarterly target was because the ICASA Council still needs to have a workshop with the minister to workshop with the performance and management system framework, so that there is clear understanding on all sides as to the roles and responsibilities emanating from the framework. Then from there on, still within the quarter, we will then facilitate the signing of the performance agreement. In the subsequent quarters, then we are required by law that the minister must appoint the evaluation panel that will do the assessment of the performance against the performance management system. And thereafter, then that committee will do, or that panel will do the assessment of performance, and ultimately the report will be submitted to the minister by the panel for onward submission to Parliament. Thank you very much. I'm just checking, Chair and Deputy Minister, if there's anybody from policy to deal with the cost to communicate later.
Okay. DDG for the branch. We don't seem to have the relevant DDG here. Mr. Shilembe, please just find out where is the DG, because everybody is supposed to be here. All the DDGs were presenting an APP, so we'll come back to that one. Is there something that probably the chair of ICASA wants to add on the performance management system for councillors? Dr. Mudimwe.
Thank you, Honorable DM. No, I think the response does suffice. I mean, the delays were occasioned by a number of moments wherein we had a change in ministers, but we are not far of the mark. Indeed, Mr. Shilembe has mentioned the workshop. The workshop will take place, and then we will see the process to conclusion. So he has outlined the process, and I think where it relates to the issue of the cost to communicate and the two processes, I think I can, if you allow the CEO just for a minute or two to explain, the two processes, the process embarked upon by the Competition Commission, as well as the process that ICASA has, because back then we did explain, but I understand that the portfolio committee does change also from time to time. So we can maybe afford him just a minute or two as CEO to explain that particular part. It might even save time through you, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, sure. I think we can have the CEO. Is the CEO on the platform?
Yes, I am, DM. Good afternoon to you, DM, Honorable Chair, honorable members, and colleagues in the meeting. Chair, I think just to summarize where we are in respect of the inquiry that ICASA undertook into mobile broadband services, we have concluded the process. We have published our findings and regulations. Those were published at the end of March because they were a deliverable for the previous financial year. And in terms of the final regulations, there is about 4 markets that have been identified. We have also made findings of which licensees have significant market power in those markets, and we have imposed obligations on them. So, and the obligations primarily relates to them to provide us with detailed information on their prices, the effective retail prices that they charge over a quarterly period, and we will then be monitoring the prices against, we'll be monitoring both the retail prices and the wholesale prices, and to the extent that there are differentials, i.e. where retail prices that are charged are found to be lower than the wholesale prices in some instances, we will then be requesting detailed information. So the monitoring will be ongoing. As I say, the information will be submitted to us on a quarterly basis. In terms of the interrelatedness with the Competition Commission process, I think at that time we had outlined that, at least from where we sit and from where the Commission sits, the two processes were certainly complementary. The Commission concluded their inquiry and made the findings that they made, but we still needed to do a detailed market assessment in respect of the specific markets. As I say, we have now identified the retail market, the wholesale site infrastructure access market, as well as the national roaming market. And we've also included MVNO as an upstream market. So we'll then be monitoring the pricing behavior of the different operators on a quarterly basis, and assess whether there is any behavior that we should either refer to the Competition Commission to the extent that it constitutes any kind of breach under the Competition Act, or that we should then take them to task in respect of compliance in terms of our own processes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody from the policy branch to respond to that question? Did you find somebody, Mr. Chilembe?
Sorry, DM, I can't find anybody right now. There is no acting person at the moment. Maybe that's why we have a void there. It's something we will need to address immediately. Thank you.
All right. I think maybe just to cover the areas which have not been covered. And then I think was the question for SAPO, whether our figures or the figures presented here correspond with the figures that are included in the strategy. And I think just to add on what the CFO was saying, maybe just to give you the numbers, which I'm sure they might be included in the APP. Now we are sitting currently with the liabilities of about 4.2 billion. And these are the obligations that the SAPO has to the various creditors, which have to be paid. Whether National Treasury will make sufficient allocations for all the requirements that SAPO needs is still a matter that we are still waiting for National Treasury to pronounce on it. But the request has been submitted to Treasury in terms of what the entity requires, so that it can be able to be financially sustainable going forward. So the figures are there, and I'm sure there's the discussion that is taking place with the National Treasury. Whether the full request will be covered is still a question that is outstanding. For now, Chair, there are no conditionalities, there are no conditions, because there's not been any allocation. At the time when the allocation is going to be done, National Treasury agrees, National Treasury will then stipulate those conditions, and I think it's going to be a public process, which I think will also be taken to Parliament. So we're looking at a similar situation that was arrived at with the SABC turnaround, where a team was established comprising of the department officials, treasury officials, and officials from, by then it was with the SABC. So we want a similar model to apply in this instance, so that there can be regular reporting both to the department and to National Treasury about the progress that is being made. So we're looking at the same arrangement if this funding is going to be made available going forward. I think the issue of analog switch off has been responded to in terms of the court outcome. So the court outcome has resulted in a revision of our targets. So we're now looking at June. But as the chair was saying of the board, post-June there will be a need for additional installation, because as and when switch off takes place, people respond. We've issued a call last year in September to all the South Africans to register those who have got the TV sets and they are not able to afford to get their own decoders. We've issued that call last year in September, and we've been on a communication drive to run the message through that people must register through the post office. But sometimes the message is there, but until the switch off happens, people sometimes don't respond to these messages. They only respond once there is a switch off, and then they go to the post office to register. And as soon as they register and they are qualifying, we've made a commitment to connect those South Africans. So it's an ongoing process, Chair. We have made a point to the department, and I think that's the reason why it's included in our APP, that we need to fully implement the recommendations arising from that inquiry by the Competitions Commission on the cost of data. And that's why we're following up on the recommendations, because we believe that these recommendations has to be implemented by the department, working with the industry, of course. So this is something that has been included in our department's APP, so that we can gradually see the cost of data going down. Of course, working with the telcos. And we also believe that the recent allocation of spectrum will also, in the longer term, leads to the reduction of the cost of communication in the country. So that is that, Chairperson. In terms of the impact across the entities and across the department, of course, Chair, our intention is that as we implement our program, as we implement our plans, we are informed by the broader government plan. It has to lead to a situation where it has got an impact on our communities, on our people as a whole. So the extent to which we are making that impact is a matter that is subject to continuous assessment and evaluation by ourselves, also supported by the department in the presidency that is responsible for evaluation and performance of the entire system of government. So at a regular basis, they do that assessment. present the assessment reports to Cabinet, and Cabinet then deals and processes this report, Chair. I think that concludes our response, Chair, to the questions that we have raised. I'm going to take this opportunity and
thank you, DM and the team. We really appreciate. I think the questions would have been responded to. I know that members are also getting into the house now in few seconds. I think the administration would have noted what we have put forward and what needs to be done. I'll just say thank you once again and allow you to leave as Tembingosi just flagged the line where the correction needed to be made so that it's on record that the committee agreed and sent it back to the NAT. Tembingosi.
Chairperson, good afternoon and good afternoon to members, and thank you very much, Chairperson. I just wanted to first flight the last part of the report as it appeared on the ATC, as Chairperson explained earlier when he opened the meeting, that there's this section that speaks on the 4-year term, which is where the error was. So I just wanted to show the honorable members, and we have since corrected that, and as it should be, this is how it's supposed, that sentence is supposed to end without that 4-year. It should just say, actually without the 4 year, it should just end at a full term. So that is the error that I am requesting the committee just to correct and then adopt so that I can retable the report. And honorable members, thank you very much. It has been a pleasure working with you. And hopefully I will return soon. But as Chairperson had indicated, I'm currently allocated to the committee for Section 194. Thank you very much. That is the report.
Thank you, Mr. Goma. Honorable members, that was the correction to be made. I take it that it's agreed to unless there's an objection. Any objection? No objection. Can I? It's agreed to. Honorable Bodlani has already done what I was going to ask, just to get somebody to move that indeed it's agreed. Can I get a seconder so that we close the meeting?
I second, Chair.
Honorable Gumbo seconds. So Honorable Bodlani moved. Honorable Gumbo seconds. So the report is agreed to, and it will be taken back to the tabling team. Thank you very much, honorable members, for the time as well as the contributions that you've made. You've made this committee meeting quite easy, even though we're dealing with many entities and the department at go. Once more, thanks until we meet in the next meeting. The meeting stays adjourned so that we allow members to proceed with the House. Thank you.